Hi, welcome everyone. Welcome to the WiDS Mysuru 2020 Day 1 event. We'll be starting the event by playing the WiDS 2020 opening video from the conference which was held in the Stanford University earlier this year in March. Let's hear from it.
Data science and any data inspired and data driven science is so critical right now. More and more decisions are made based on data. The amount of data that we gather every day and the insights that data can provide us is just growing exponentially, and that is no exaggeration. The market for data science and related areas like AI is booming.
It is so important to have women in artificial intelligence in the area of data science and also in leadership roles. It's being able to use data to solve issues and understand bigger problems. It's critical. And we need women in these roles. Every individual brings their own perspective. And so we need to make sure the entire workforce is represented.
And the good news, there's so many jobs and many different ways to combine their passion area and their skills in data science and get involved.
I would like you to say, what are the problems in the world that absolutely have to be changed? And, can you individually, given all the amazing background that you've had so far and all the education that you've got so far, what are the unique things that you can do to change the world towards that mission? And then think of the technology.
If that is going to become completely data-driven over time, then you can't miss that opportunity. You've got to join in and have your say.
If you're not looking at the data from all sorts of different angles, then you could introduce a lot of bias. So it's really, really important that we have around the table all genders, all races, all backgrounds.
We can't ignore social and structural problems. We can't just go in a corner and write some code and read math and then that's the solution, right? Can't do that. So we have to think about who's being affected by these algorithms.
Welcome to WiDS!
When we first started this conference, we never would have imagined that we'd be sitting here today with over 200 regional events. We've got over 500 WiDS ambassadors worldwide. Many of them are women, but we've also got a lot of men. And these are people who are just passionate about inspiring others within their community. We're in over 60 countries, and year after year, we're blown away.
Let's make this next decade the Women in the Data Science decade.
What I love about it is that growth is viral. That people will attend one event in one city and then they'll want to bring it to their cohort or colleagues the next year.
This type of industry can be done everywhere, so it should be accessible to everybody. And this is one of the reasons why I love that we are global with WiDS.
So we wanted to create opportunities for women to inspire, educate, and support women at many different times throughout the year. And one way that we decided we could do that was through a datathon every year, which is a predictive analytics challenge using real-world data. We have over 900 teams from 85 countries, and that's in every continent except Antarctica.
When we started WiDS in 2015, we had no idea this was going to be a global movement with tons of international events and a datathon and a podcast show and now outreach to middle school and high school. It's just been such a ride.
Our latest endeavor is to work on some materials that we can hand off to teachers in schools around the world.
This has provided a platform for literally hundreds of women, if not thousands of women, to have an opportunity to be heard.
But the truth is, these are really simple experiments, but they had profound impact because they empowered someone else to be able to do their job better or to be able to take that message.
5 years ago, when we were sitting around a coffee table thinking about what WiDS could be, I never in my wildest dreams thought it would grow so far and so wide around the world in just 5 years. What I'm most excited about is the next 5 years, because I think this is really just the start.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to WITS Data Science Mysuru 2020. Yeah, about me, I'm WITS Mysuru ambassador, and a little about me, I'm India's first women Kaggle grandmaster. Recently, I was featured in top 10 data scientists in India by Analytics India magazine. If you would like to reach out to me, you can reach out to me at Rengaraju, my Twitter handle. I also lead 8 communities in Bangalore and Mysuru, GDG Mysuru, WTM Mysuru, TFUG Mysuru, WiMLTS, both Bangalore and Mysore. I'm also an ambassador for AI Med. I also lead Lean in Bangalore AI Circle. And this time with Mysuru 2020, it's organized in collaboration with 4 universities, the National Institute of Engineering Mysuru, VVCE, and JSS and GSSS. And about WITS Mysuru team, WITS Mysuru team is a collaborative effort of a lot of people. Here I've displayed WiMLTS Mysuru core team members, but it's also a collaborative effort of the management and faculty team members of all 4 universities. We will be putting up the names of all the organizing team in our website, which will be up by next week, which will contain the entire, all the 70 members who have been involved in the organizing of the Datathon and the conference. Right now, this is a picture from around 25 members who are part of all 4 universities in Mysuru. And we also organize a lot of events throughout the year in addition to WITS Mysuru. And if you like to keep in touch with those events, you can join the following meetup groups, and you'll be automatically notified whenever we organize an event. And yeah, so this is it from me, and I'll be handing over the session to Jayashree ma'am, who is the professor at the National Institute of Engineering, Mysuru. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning, one and all. Wishing you all happy Teachers' Day for all the teachers out there. I am Dr. Jayashree, Associate Professor, Department of CSE, NIE Mysuru. First and foremost, I welcome Dr. Ashok Rao, Director NIEMC and a proud alumnus of NIE. Sir has more than 30 plus years of experience in teaching and research. He is also an entrepreneur, having successfully started and managed several IT and renewable energy companies from 1998 to 2001. He is one of a very few to have taught courses and done research in multidisciplinary areas and institutions like IIT, IISc, NIT, and IMM in India. I would also like to welcome our beloved principal, Dr. Rohini Nagapadma, who is the first woman principal in the history of NIE till date in her absentia. I also take this opportunity to welcome Usha Rengaraju and distinguished speakers. They are doing outstanding work in the field of data science on behalf of the NIE family. Also, I would welcome JSS, GSSS, and VVCE faculty and student coordinator at NIE. Last but least, I also welcome all the participants attending today's event. The National Institute of Engineering is a grant in aid institute approved by AICT and accredited by NAC. Currently running 7 UG and 10 PG courses. Our association with WITS started on 12th February 2020 by conducting WITS Mysuru Datathon, in which more than 400 students participated, and I take this opportunity to place on record and acknowledge the fact that the majority of the participants at the Datathon was our girl student. WITS Mysuru is an independent event organized by Usha Rengaraju to coincide with the annual Global Women in Data Sciences, which conferences held at Stanford University and an estimated 150 plus locations worldwide. NIE is one of the oldest engineering college, and on behalf of my principal, I would like to read out a small message which she has left for everybody. NIE advocates activity-based learning, thus blending cognitive, affective, and psychomotive skills. NIE is a temple of learning. I would acknowledge we at NIE work on continuous improvement of teaching and learning process. At NIE, girl students outnumber the boy student, and NIE management has always been very supportive, carrying out activity specifically for women's, and is also evident from the fact that several key positions in the administrative posts are held by women faculty at NIE, including myself, who is the first woman principal of NIE. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Dr. Jayashree, Dr. Abhinandan, and their team for collaborating such an event at NIE in association with WITS. I, on behalf of NIE family, wish this event a grand success. Over to you, madam.
Sir, can you share your screen?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible. Sir, do you have any slides which you want to share or something?
No.
Yeah, okay, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm very glad to be here at this time to get this WIDS program started here. I remember the February 12th program, which was done in our institution, and I also happened to be there to give a few words. I think the broader issue is the role of women in society. I think the WITS fits into that, and I'll spend a little time on that before getting into WITS specifically and possibly the down the line how the WITS will change. It's likely to change its avatar and stuff like that. While the focus is today on women in data sciences leading from computer science ideas, what is important is to recognize the role of women in society, which is definitely showing remarkable rate of evolution and diversity in the last 50 years, and significantly more in the last 20 years since the domain of IT and computer sciences has emerged as a key player in the socio-economic matrix of any country. Why it's important to look at this is, I mean, basic fact: 50% of the world population are women and girls. So, doing anything without them is already saying I'm working with half the world. Now, looking at the productivity angle, little over 70% of the productivity in the world is actually done by women. Because whenever you say there are working women, most of them work double jobs. Okay, working at women means women working at home and also women working at office and college or whatever it is. And the other problems of such things is managing in a lighter vein, it's managing in-laws at home and outlaws in the office. Okay, office or the company. Okay. So let's look back what the woman, the role of woman, or more importantly, what really happens if women are given a role in the larger matrix of the socio-economic and environmental, professional aspects of daily life. And I go back to a very well documented incident, little over 3,500 years back. Okay, 3,500 years back, there's a very interesting anecdote where in the ashram of sage Yagnavalka, a lot of gifts and other things have been given to learned people, and obviously, like in recent times too, those days it was completely a male-dominated enterprise or event. But suddenly, this lady Gargi turns up there and raises a very important question to the august gathering there. And in fact, looking back, I think it's the most important question ever asked by humanity. Okay, for which answers are interesting. Her question was, "Oh sage, if everyone gets what they want, will they be happy?" So the question is, what makes people happy, and can you make everybody happy, and what are the consequences of attempting such thing? Is there a rational, practical solution to this? So on and so forth. It's the most important question because it has shaped the socio-economic dynamics for a very long time. The definite answer still eludes because it's a very dynamic question, having a dynamic answer based on boundary conditions, which are mostly socio-economic, political, ideological, religious, whatever. Okay. What is interesting is this question was actually investigated by development economics, including Amartya Sen, who says this question is actually what made him change his outlook towards economics, which earlier on, even today, dominated by only money and other matters, completely disregarding people and environment. And no wonder the stock markets are the main, holy grail of modern capitalist societies. Why it's important is she raised a question which answer to which has to be found in every house, every institution, every society, because it looks at many things. It looks at three E's like empowerment of women, the equity related to women, and the equitable distribution of wealth and opportunities. It looks at three Q's, which are quality, quantity, and the ability to question. Okay. It also looks at three A's, which are accessibility to resources and opportunities, ability to acquire, okay, and also have a provision to answer some of them. It also looks at three O's, which are handling issues of oppression, ability to form an unbiased opinion, and an opportunity to live better. Okay, because these are the terminologies, adjectives, verbs under which 80, not even 80, maybe 95% of the women in this world have lived. Okay. Specific to science and technology, I'm sure many of you have looked at a very interesting, captivating photograph of the Solvay conference in 1927. It's a galaxy of individuals, starting from Lawrence and Albert Einstein and all, and a lot of young people like Enrico Fermi and stuff like that, people like that. Amidst all this, in that photo, it's very interesting that Madam Curie is sitting amidst this galaxy of people, very calm, very, very comfortable. She's the only lady amongst maybe 12 Nobel laureates then, and 16 or 17 who would be future Nobel laureates, all men, of course, and very confidently sitting. Okay, so I mean that's the kind of performance metric that she already brought in almost 100 years back, and we have taken 100 years to give special provision, special opportunities for women, which is not needed. I mean, I think given a level playing field, majority of them are as good or even better than most men who are today in circulation. Okay, so there has been a lot of programs like WiDS, Women in Science and Engineering, uh, almost to the point saying that science and engineering and mathematics is not compatible with women, which is another myth and stereotype built over long years, uh, which has been. You must realize we create false barriers. We create false perception when we say we men as collectively, and some women who actually support men's perceptions in these things, and create unnecessarily barriers for them to surmount it before they can reach a level playing field to play, okay, or demonstrate their capability. I think this competitive model is disturbing. It has always been there. I mean, you look at most religious philosophies, barring few in the Greek system, all other mainstream religious philosophies don't have a place for women. In fact, I think only in the Hindu system we have a plethora of women gods whom we worship even today. But I don't think any other society has prominent women gods. And so it's created a very competitive environment rather than a cooperative environment. So I think we need to shift away from this false competition to genuine cooperation. Specific to computer science and data sciences now, well documented cases where in the NASA space program and early generations of mainframe computing, bulk of the routine work needed for actually finally printing the numbers and making sure the rocket sits in the slotted position for orbit, 80% of the routine work, drudgery, I would say, necessary to make this happen was all done by women. Even now, you can see in Indian context, the agricultural season, particularly paddy transplanting. The paddy transplanting is the most painful, treacherous, and back-breaking work. Rest of the cycle of the plant growth and harvesting, marketing, making money, or whatever it is selling is all done by men. But the transplanting portion, which probably takes 5 to 6 days, is all done by women. And a convenient biological angle saying transplanting of from nursery to the paddy field for full growth has to be done by women because women have a fertility angle built into that. I think it's convenient because it's the real backbreaking part which has been done by women for thousands and thousands of years, and it continues to do so even now. Okay, so somewhere all the painful, monotonous, dull, boring, torturous, all these components of productive work has been shifted to women for a very long time, and all the exciting, visible, and glamorous kind of thing has been held on by men for a long time. And this is not a men versus women platform, but I'm just bringing out the strong gender bias that has shaped the society for a very long time. Uh, even like AT&T, all the telephone calls, routing in the telephone exchange, very torturous, listening to hundreds of people and routing calls through mechanical cables, was all done by women. Okay. ISRO also in India has a good all women's team in some of the satellite programs, and they have done very well. Specific to computer science education today, as already remarked, little over 50% of all faculty and students are women everywhere in India in the computer science programs. And in some cases, like city like Coimbatore and others, this figure reaches close to 70-75%. So there's a growing workforce of women, and apart from the hazards of screen and uh, commuting in a place like Bangalore for IT related work, I think the IT atmosphere is among the more gentle and comforting for women to work compared to, let's say, assembly line and others where women have also worked in the past. Okay. Now, what does working from home makes it? Maybe working from home makes it little easier on women because instead of two full jobs, they now have one and a half jobs. Okay, half a job is managing the home and avoiding the commuting, and one full workforce for the professional sector. Okay, uh, it's interesting. At the time I studied in the college where this program is being hosted, exactly 31 years back, we had no women faculty in any department. And there were departments like civil, which had no lady students. And for 5 years of undergraduate program, there was only one lady studying mechanical engineering. Okay. So in that situation, today it's different. We already have uh, many faculty members in civil engineering today, and in most other departments good representation, and in the circuit branches they dominate. Okay. So the other data science related thing happens to be the strong base India has had in statistics. Look at all the Indian Statistical Institute, they're really world class. Particularly the ones in Delhi and Calcutta have actually put India on the world map much better than what the Indian Institute of Science or IIT have done. They have sizable women faculty members and students, and even the director now at IIT, ISI Calcutta happens to be a lady. So there is a lot of interesting thing where traditionally women always kept numbers well, so they had a statistical bent of mind compared to, let's say, male who had more analytical sense of mind. They do make good data scientists, and so it's hardly surprising that the wise woman in science and engineering has brought more focus into women in data sciences, and it's definitely going to stay for many years to come. Maybe it will change as outstart to women in AI later. It could happen anytime. Okay, so with this, I would like to conclude by saying that at least in India, today happens to be Teachers' Day, where we remember and revere our revered teachers, both men and women. And today, to coincide with this event, I would like to recall perhaps India's first full-fledged, very competent and exceedingly student-friendly teacher, Madam Professor Preeti Shankar, who passed away a few years back. I think she was, in my opinion and experience, perhaps the best computer science teacher we have had in Indian Institute of Science for many years. Uh, she came from Maryland, and she handled some of the toughest core theoretical computer science subjects. And because of her legacy, today we have a strong compiler group, residual still left in Indian Institute of Science. I was fortunate enough to attend her automata course. Uh, a wonderful teacher. It's still like a dream to me to look back and imagine the experience I had when I sat for the first time in her class. And so, I mean, no doubt, even today she would rank among the 10 best computer science faculty in history of India. Amazing lady and good teacher. And she was all very friendly to anyone and everyone, serious about learning. I still remember taking a student from the other college, JC in Mysore, to her when she wanted to go abroad for a master's degree. She said, "Look, you do one thing. You apply to Maryland University. You apply to Professor Newcomb. He did wonderful things for me. He funded me, even though I didn't work with him. He's a very genuine supporter of women, particularly women from third world and other countries." And so Roshni finally made it into Maryland for her this thing, and I'm sure she's doing exceedingly well somewhere in US now. With these few words, I would like to close my presentation and congratulate the teams in all the four colleges to make such a wonderful event in Mysore. And I look forward to getting feedback continuously through the day. Abhinandan is here with me. I'm sure I'll catch up with him and get back to what's happening and what needs to be done next. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Have a nice time. Do well, learn well, and let's move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for the motivating and enlightening talk, and for always supporting and encouraging this initiative right from the beginning. Jayashree, ma'am, ma'am, hello. Hello, Jayashree, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like to conclude, ma'am?
Yeah. Thank you for the wonderful motivational words, Dr. Ashok Rao sir. I also thank Usha ma'am and other coordinators of all the from across the colleges who have shown a lot of interest in carrying on this event forward. So I will hand over this session back to Usha madam so that the first session can be commenced. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am, so much for all the support and encouragement from the National Institute of Engineering, Mysuru. And at this juncture, I would also like to point out that the WiDS Mysuru 2020 is the world's biggest WiDS event, which is happening because we have got 100 plus speakers for the event, and it's happening on 8 days in all weekends in Mysuru. There are in all weekends in September, and there are a lot of workshops which is happening from the third and fourth week, and from top research labs across India, from IBM Research. We have like a lot of top researchers coming and presenting on various domains. It's not just it's also in the interface of genomics and data science. We have some neuroscientists, researchers who are coming and presenting. We have from a lot of sectors like supply chain management, industrial engineering, manufacturing, and accounting. And we also have data science for social good. So we have like speakers from all sectors, and this is a great opportunity for people who are looking forward to upskill themselves. Kindly make use of this opportunity. We would also be giving a certificate of participation to all the attendees. So to be eligible to receive the certificate of participation, you should have RSVP to our meetup page, the Mysore Women in Machine Learning and Data Science. We have an event put up for all the 8 days. To be able to be eligible to receive the certificate of participation, you should have RSVP there. And the recording is always available in YouTube. So do subscribe to the YouTube channel. So whenever we go live, you'll automatically get a mobile notification. And today's session, I once again thank the National Institute of Engineering, Mysuru, for supporting us from the beginning. We had a Datathon launch event at the university on February 12th, and it was a huge success. Thank you once again. And I also thank all the 70 volunteers across the four universities who have been involved, all the faculty members, the management of all the four universities who have been involved in organizing this milestone event. Right now, I would also like to point out some of the biggest highlight moments of Mysuru when we started all the communities in the month of February. Within a short span of 6 months, we have become the biggest communities in India. If you take TensorFlow user group is the Mysuru is the biggest community in India, and women in machine learning and data science, Mysuru has also become the biggest community in India. So the Mysuru communities are leading, and it's a very proud moment for us. So I thank all the 70 members of the organizing team who have been involved in making this a huge success. And all the organizing team members will be put in the website under the Teams tab, which will be released next week. Uh, now we'll be starting with the sessions lined up for today. I would like to introduce our first speaker of the day, Mathangi Sri, who is doing a keynote for the opening day of its Mysuru 2020. She is the head of data science from Gojek, and she is also one of the top 10 data. She's been featured as one of the top 10 data scientists in India, and she is also a prominent speaker in the women in data science, and she has more than 20 plus patents. And without further ado, I would like to first thank her for agreeing to be part of this event, and I would like to hand over the screen to her. Madhanki, would you be sharing your screen?
Hey, thanks, Usha, and great to see Women in Data Science Mysore chapter with so many speakers, and it's very energetic to be part of this conference. Thanks for having me here. So I would like to share my screen. So do we get started?
Yeah, we can get started now. Yeah.
Sure.
You'll have to send a request. I'll just add you to the stream.
Sure. I think the screen is visible, right? Usha, the screen is visible, right?
The screen is visible. Yeah, you're on. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Great to meet you on a Saturday morning. I'm happy to share my thoughts and experience in the field of data science and ML. Specifically, I thought I will try to address few of the myths that I keep hearing in this field. From execs to managers to data scientists in this field, right? So there are some common myths that is happening in this field, and I thought this talk we could focus on understand what kind of data science is about, and then what are the myths behind data science and machine learning. So how old is data science? Basically, this term of data science came into existence much later in 2001, but the initial beginnings of data science, we see it from John Tukey in an article he has written called Future of Data Analysis. And in that, John Tukey was a famous mathematician in the US, and he had stated how statistics as a field should evolve, and get more dynamic while solving problems. So he was propagating some of the statistics to be evolving into a field of computer science, right? So he spoke about it, and post which there are subsequent people who found the need of computer science based learning of algorithms over the years. I think around the early 2000s we started having journals in data science, etc. At least in commercial use started early 2000s, but maybe around the 2007 2008 is when it started picking up a little bit more pace, data science being a department or a small team in organizations, or the research wings in data science started to come in very large organizations, right? Around then, maybe the post 2010, 2012, 13, we saw data science started being picked up mainstream. It kind of got supported with the evolution of Python, and then Jupyter notebooks and pandas contributed significantly to the evolution of it, because more people started taking on to it. But some of these algorithms are fairly old, right? Even we have neural networks applications starting in 1990s also, but the large scale use of these applications started coming in the last 5-10 years, right? Or specifically in the last 5 years, right? So that's how data science has boomed. So it is not as new as we think, and it has its origin quite some time back, but the evolution and how it got picked up, the availability of data kind of accelerated to where data science stands today. And I had put this quote from John Tukey: an approximate answer to the right problem is worth a good deal more than an exact answer to an approximate problem, right? This kind of encapsulates what data science is about today, right? It is about finding an approximate answer, as long as you have got the right mathematical problem in place. So one other question before we kind of move into myths is that is data science for real, or is there any ROI in this field, right? So there is we see extremely great applications coming out of image processing and text processing, though they are relatively new in the field of data science. Text has its origins in machine translation, etc., even as old as 1950s, but text processing taking a flavor of machine learning has been a very recent phenomenon. Though image and text processing are kind of fairly new beasts in the field, we see extreme adoption in it. And the simple reason being they are just labor automations, right? Like somebody was classifying text and that is now happening through machine, or somebody was classifying an image and that is happening through machine. So the impact is very reasonable because you are saving time and money. But if you take the next set of tasks that is there on the slide, which is routing, targeting, risk and recommendations, they are the next level of, they are the tougher ones, so to say, in terms of adoption, right? In terms of industry adopting algorithms on, let's say, market targeting, which was predominantly a marketing manager field. It was a field led by gut and intuition. That machines taking over, is a big achievement, right? So they have been difficult. They are the tough ones, seemingly easy, but really tough ones when it comes to large scale adoption of, let's say, decisions in marketing management being taken over by machine learning. But they are the difficult ones, and they kind of say that, meaning the testimony to that is that machines can start automating human decisions, right? And then there are areas where today we should accept machine learning is not doing very well, or data science is not doing very well, is let's say there are some assisted systems, right, where you're assisting a human being to kind of think in a certain area. It could be any system that is kind of assisting your sales force on the field, or your customer care rep. There is always a competition between a domain expertise that the user has and the machine brings onto the table. So those are possibly the areas where there is limited ROI in the field. But the first one is a easy one, and the second one is easy in the terms of getting an adoption and getting a buying from an exec committee, etc., are very easy for the first one, because you can easily prove the value of what machine learning does. The second ones are the tough ones to crack, because remember, in set of recommendations or risk scoring or targeting or routing, you are competing with human intelligence and human intuition and how human beings think about a process. So getting a lift and ROI in that space is difficult, but once it's done, it established tremendous value of machine learning. And the third one is where we should little bit think and make our investment in machine learning. So this is the first one. So everybody thinks field of research. DS is a field of research, and people write equations all over the wall. So especially there are places where they call it as a lab, and then you see equations all written over the wall, etc. But yeah, it is a field of research, certainly. It is not, I would say, a field of engineering, because your outcomes are not, you are not fully sure of your outcomes, till you kind of identify the algorithms, build your models, get the lift, etc. But at the same time, it's not a complete research, right? There is enough amount of practicality going on in this field. You are spending maybe 40 to 60% of a problem solving goes in understanding the business requirements. You are working with the business folks. You are working with you are understanding the data, you are applying some amount of practicality to the algorithms. So hence it's not just a field of research, possibly it's a field of applied research, and then it doesn't only belong to math geeks, etc. The field your understanding of mathematics is extremely essential, but at the same time applying it to a practical world is what makes anybody successful in this industry. Myth 2 is, data science for big data and stats for small data. Like, this is a classic question, like, hey, when should we use data science in our organization? What is the level at which we should start looking at data science as a function? Should we do with statistical analysis till we get to the scale? No, data science was there much before big data as a term got coined. So naturally, data science can hold for small data also. It depends completely on the set of problems. So if you're automating decisioning, right, which could be your risk score, or which could be your figuring out different pricing systems, or the classic recommendation, or you're automating your search engine, or let's say you are having a bot, etc. These are classic real-time decisioning systems. Or let us say you want to identify fraud at scale, and or things like that. Then also you need a data science solution. So the point I'm trying to make is that we need to understand when do we need data science and when do we not need it, based on the application, not so much on the number of rows of data that we have. So that doesn't mean we can start applying data science once we have a survey of 10 participants. So that doesn't hold. But with some amount of scalable data, we could start using data science to the solutions to the problem. Again, does that mean statistics has no role to play in the world? No, it's a mix of both. So we still use statistics for causal analysis to understand experiments. So let's say a product manager put a experiment out there. We want to see whether the experiment succeeded or not. For all of that, we need statistical analysis. So it's a combination of both these fields that come into picture while solving real world business problems. Yeah, this is another big myth. Python is necessary, but it's not sufficient, right? So it does take a lot more than crawling and crunching to build a data science solution. So Python is just a tool. There have been other tools in the past, like I started my career with SAS, then R, and then Python. So, and there was some bit of SPSS also, and there were other tools also that came and went in the market. Of course, Python is a great tool, but that tool does not define the space, especially in the area of data science and statistics, etc. These tools help you explore the data. These tools kind of are mechanisms to bring your ideas to the forefront. Beyond that, only clinging on to the tool is not going to help much, right? So as much as the tool is required, the nuances of understanding the data, being very strong with mathematical fundamentals, being really paying the attention to that business problem wherever you're solving it, and making a problem first approach are extremely important to solve a problem and build a very impactful model. Yeah, there has been a lot of discussions and talks on hackathons, especially. Like there are plenty of hackathons and a lot of people participate in it. Yes, it's very great. In fact, whenever people ask me way to get to the industry, I tell them to try hackathons. So I am a big believer of hackathons. But again, that is not because you have done very good in hackathon, that doesn't prove even 70% of the case of your candidature, right? So it gives you practice personally, and then it helps you understand different perspective of solving problems. But the real world problems are much tougher than a hackathon problem, right? So like you have to sit with your person who has a real business problem. It could be your marketing team or risk team or sales team or product team, right? Or some pricing team, etc. You'll have to sit with them, understand what is the problem, what kind of solutions they are looking at, what does the measurement look like, what is the current solution looking like, is it even a data science worthy problem or not? So all of them solves 50 to 60% of the problem generally, right? Your understanding of the depth of the problem and your understanding of what is the current solution like is extremely important before you start thinking about the algorithm, right? And also, of course, the data, right? So you have to understand what data is there and what data is not there, whether that data is sufficient to build a machine learning model, etc. That understanding is very important before you kind of start proceeding to the algorithmic stage. On the contrary, if you look at a hackathon, they start directly from data, and then you have to start with algorithm, right? So in real world, there is a huge gap between this particular perspective of who is going to build the mathematical solution. Converting a business solution to a mathematical solution is a big differentiator that hackathons kind of stay away from, right? And hence practicing working in hackathons is important, but that's not only enough. Yeah, so another misconception, like data comes clean, crispy, and sanitized. So I've seen, data scientists refusing to work on some of the problems because, the data does not come clean, and somebody else they think will be giving the data tables and data sets, etc. Right? So in the real world, data comes the way it is, the way you collect it. They are going to come from different client systems, and these systems, for whatever reason, are going to get integrated only so much, and there may be different owners for these systems, and you are left talking to different people, establishing a use case on why should these systems even come together, and then understand the data in these systems, spend some time looking at data to see whether the data is what we want, etc., and then only start building a solution to the problem. Yeah, it's not a bike. You can't just fill it, shut it, and forget it. Because so that's what when AutoML became popular, like 3-4 years back, I think people said, okay, that's it. It's no more data scientists are required. We can. There are algorithms that can. There are platforms that can try different algorithms, tune them at scale, they add features on their own, and then there is nothing that a human being needs to do. But unfortunately, it's not so. The reason again becomes the same thing that I said, that you will have to convert a business problem to a tech problem, and that takes considerable amount of thinking, understanding the underlying data, understanding the algorithms, understanding the mathematical foundations of it. They are not that simple to do. The second thing is, even at that stage, even once you convert it to a tech problem, it is not like a fill it, shut it, forget it case where you put whatever features you want and things tune. Remember all of these hardware costs, and then you have time as a constraint. So you can't have infinite tuning. What actually works in reality is you do understand these variables. You do understand, question yourself on causations and little on correlations, right? So some of them may be weird correlations, in which case you're better off to keep away from it, because you don't know what you're missing when you are adding certain variables or what could go actually off in production. So you apply your data science hat, you apply your business thinking, and then collect the features, then kind of work with the features so that you get a decent enough representation of the feature space. So you'd strive to also cut off the random variables, which may be just there and some randomness, and it is kind of causing the model to perform in possibly your train and validation offline sets, right? So it's important that there is enough combing that is done at a feature engineering level, and not like put all the features in it and cook a stew out of it, right? It doesn't work that way. And what is more important, of course, is models being extremely robust. When I mean robust, so once you build the models, they should stand for a longer period of time, right? So hence, as much as we wish auto ML is correct and auto ML makes its job, a nuanced, well handcrafted model does do the trick. Yeah, this is like a saint-like thing where somebody is able to say, "Hey, give me a problem, and I know which algorithm will solve it." In reality, your tech solutions determine plenty of the outcome, followed by the variables you choose, followed by the algorithm and the hyperparameter tuning. And in a lot of cases, you do end up trying different algorithms, different research papers, and then to come up with a final mechanism that works for the problem. And hence, there is no such thing as you tell me a problem, I'll tell you an algorithm. Yeah, so this is another beaten down question, is self-learning models. Like once you build a model, you're not building a self-learning model. So self-learning models are different from building your regular machine learning model. And I would any day prefer to build a regular, robust machine learning model than a very flimsy, based on yesterday's data kind of model, because once you train on a large historical pattern, the model kind of understands the different nuances between the variations in different point in time. So fundamentally, the historic patterns is at the heart of ML, and hence giving more due weight to that. And when the first trained model being much better is always preferred than self-learning model. Of course, there are use cases for self-learning models, but not all use cases need to be that. Yeah, so people say there's a vast difference between AI, ML, and DS, but in my opinion, at least, it's not that complicated. These are different words for the same thing. Something is, for example, data science is generally a team. Machine learning is the technique the team uses, and AI may be the entire solution that people are building. But beyond that, there is not much of a difference, in the field, and it is very poorly understood. Some of these are marketing gimmicks out there, but they do mean the same thing. So that was what I had. I don't know if there are questions out here, or we are at the right time here. Usha, over to you.
There aren't any questions, Mom.
Okay, cool. So that is what I had, and thanks for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you. I really hope that I could throw some light on where the regular myths are, and did my little bit part to say, which is true and which is not.
It was great having you today.
Thank you. Yeah.
And for the audience, there is voice survey in the comments listed. You can record your feedback for the day one there. I would like to call upon our next keynote speaker, Ms. Smita Suryanarayan, who will be talking upon the topic, developing actionable insights on top of the model outputs. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. I'm just going to share screen and let me know when that is visible. Yeah. Super. So good morning, everybody. And I think the earlier speaker, Mathangi, did a fantastic job in talking through some of the nuances of what is myth versus reality in data science /AI/ML. And some of the pieces that she spoke about resonated with me. So I'll try and maybe weave through her what she spoke about in terms of the experiences that we've had as well. So a bit of a background about myself. I have over 17 years of experience. I have an MBA from SPJ in Bombay. I started my career actually as a risk consultant in a financial firm, I mean in Ernst & Young, and then I moved on to KPMG. I shifted over to HP, where I did a lot of work on the analytics side and also on digital transformation. I spent a few years with Swiss Re in its Bangalore center, but working for its global operations. Swiss Re is a Zurich-based company. And the last couple of years, I have been with a company called InvestNet Yodlee. I lead their business analytics capability and the solution validation group within the company. When I say solution validation, it's analytics solutions and analytics product validation group. Who is InvestNet Yodlee and why is this is a little important because the specific examples I will use is based off of our experience in building insights on top of model output. We are a kind of what we call ourselves one of the world's first fintech firms. We're about 19 years in the business. We work with a lot of financial data, consumer data of transactions from banks, credit cards, wealth management, investment accounts, etc. We have a huge amount of data, about 20,000 plus data sources spanning over 23 million users. We have multiple data science solutions or AI-led solutions that work in the background to enrich this data, and we'll talk about it in the next slide as the foundation of the models which we use to build actionable insights. And we have a few apps that then work on top of this data. And because of the nature of the business that we are on, we have to have very, very stringent security and scalable platforms. And of course, the whole story is if you have so much data, your power is because you're able to harness that and provide unique analytics. That said, I'll very, very briefly talk about what our AI engine does. This in itself is a 1 hour talk, but we've just taken one example. As you and I will all have bank accounts, credit card accounts, and we see these kind of statements in our bank account statements on our net banking accounts every day. You will see this kind of transaction description that's very vague. And one of the biggest problems to solve is how do you actually ingest this data and actually make sense out of this meaningless string that is there. Quite often it seems very obvious. A lot of times it's not obvious. And add to the complexity that every bank, every credit card provider has its own standard for publishing these descriptions. It also and the fact that you've got maybe 5 to 10 million merchants or entities with whom a user can transact probabilistically. And there are many, many elements in that one line of transaction description that can be extracted, right? You can typically extract what category that transaction belongs to. In this case, it was somebody who transacted with the home improvement organization. The name of the merchant was Tractor Supply Company. This is a US-based company. We can actually get rid of all the noise and just keep what the simple description is. And we can also actually infer in some cases where this transaction took place. So this is just a sample set of attributes that we can extract because we are running this at scale. Why at scale? Because on an average, we ingest anywhere upwards of 40 million transactions a day. And we have to enrich this set real time. I'm not getting into the details of how this engine runs because that's not relevant for this talk. The intent of this talk is once I've extracted such elements out of this raw data, we realize that we can actually start looking at a lot of dimensions. Then you can start building separate models on top of that model output, which in turn helps you predict or infer people's salaries, what's their loan pattern, or how much are they saving, what kind of people are they? Are they people who are traveling a lot? Are they very health conscious? Do they like going to movies? Where do they live? Even though we don't have access to the individual's details, we can still infer and abstract out some of these dimensions. We can look at what brands people like. We can look for patterns that say, okay, people who shop at X brand also tend to shop at Y brand. We can also then look at predicting things like when is somebody based on their pattern of transactions likely to, let us say, buy a house? When are they likely to buy insurance, etc. And in one particular case, we actually realized because we don't have a lot of people who provide us income data, what they make, we can actually infer that because we have their spend data. So we actually have a model that is trained on certain ground truth, and that in turn helps us infer how much is a person likely to make based on their spend. Now, why is all of this important? From a Yodlee standpoint, we realized that in the era of COVID, we were looking for macroeconomic insights that we could publish on our website, which talks about how economies have actually reacted to COVID. And we have a fairly good data set which we realized can provide that indicator. Now, I will try and weave through the story of how to build actually good insights on top of this data and take you through the process of what we did. And that hopefully can be resonated whether you're working on transaction data, whether you're working on building a hyper-personalization model that you've already deployed, and then you need to probably go explain what the lift of that hyper-personalization model was to your executives or to actually prove that these models work. At the end of the day, whether it is you're telling a story based on data or you're trying to tell a story on how your model actually worked, you need to tell a story. Because otherwise, the models that you develop may be the best, may be giving you great output, but if you're not able to position the usage of it in the right context, a lot of that work can just go down the drain. So question one, right? This is the first step. How do you actually build a story? So obviously you need to know what is the question you want to answer. In our case, we started seeing a lot of this journey of ours started only this March. So I'm trying to keep it as topical as I can. So March of 2020, we saw news articles that people were standing in queues for toilet paper, hoarding groceries, flights were getting cancelled, people were getting paranoid about travel. And then about an hour or so, the US government released some money to its citizens who were eligible for getting this money. They were called stimulus payments. And we wanted to understand whether those stimulus payments actually stimulated the economy. So that's one. So know what is the question you want to answer. In our case, these were the questions broadly. There were many more. And know who are you going to answer it for. And this becomes important. We'll talk about this later. But the overall takeaway is, do you as a person who's working on top of this data, whether you're the data scientist working on it, whether you're the business analyst working on it, do you know what you're looking to answer? The next thing to do was to identify the data and the models needed to make the data usable. Mathangi spoke about this. She spoke about the fact that people expect clean data. Data by its nature, especially in today's day and age where there's so much volume, is never clean. So make sure that when you're working on a problem, you have enough time and effort budgeted to extract and prepare the data. Spend the time, but don't let your mind get so lost in that weeds of cleaning the data that you lose sight of the analysis that you have to do. That's what usually happens. People spend 95% in cleaning and preparing the data and 5% on actually generating insights. At the end of the day, nobody checks whether those insights actually made sense or not. So make sure upfront that you're clearly demarcating time and effort, and always try and rise above the weeds. In our case, for example, we had de-identified credit card and bank transaction data. We were able to enrich that. We ran the models to enrich it with merchant and category information. We were able to predict the user's geography. We were able to predict the user's household. So these were all individual models that were built for other purposes, which we actually managed to deploy here. So make sure, one thing for you to be sure of is know what your models will provide and their limitations. So if you know that your model is a geo-prediction model, and this could be in any scenario, not ours, but in any scenario, and you know that the accuracy of that model at a city level is not very, it may not be great, but at state level you probably get great results, then make sure that you're also able to position your insights at a state level. Because at the end of the day, knowing that your model is accurate at a certain level, but not so accurate at a deeper level, needs to be factored in. Otherwise, you will be ending up provoking more questions than providing answers at the end of this journey. Another thing that we've learned is, especially in organizations where you have a lot of people working on a lot of models, somebody would have probably started on a similar model, somebody would have solved it for some other purpose. So don't build a new model from scratch if you can reuse an old one. That's extremely important. The second thing is to build a hypothesis. So we started with a hypothesis that said, well, people won't go out of their homes. So, well, logically, spend will decrease because people are not driving, people are not going out, they're not traveling. But spend will ideally not decrease for all categories. Some spend would have increased because people are at home. Now we had to say, okay, we didn't know what these categories are, so let's look at our data and look for it. We also had one hypothesis which said, nobody is going to go buy hardware. Who's going to go buy hardware if I'm anyway stuck at home? People will order online, restaurants will see a decline. All of these were some of the statements that we started with. So it's important for us to start with some end in mind. But one thing to remember is, don't fool yourself that your hypothesis will pan out. It's good to be surprised in a good way or a bad way. It's important that you don't go after a self-fulfilling prophecy. Don't say, okay, I will go prove that no one will go to hardware stores. That makes no sense when you're starting out ground fresh on data. The next thing you do, and obviously these are not like sequential steps, right? So a lot of this happens en masse and spontaneously at the same time. But make sure that you have an idea of the data points you need to generate. What are the dimensions that you have to look at the data? So what period do you have to look at this? Is it for a year, a couple of years, more than a couple of years? What's the kind of granularity we had to go after? Should we go for national level insights, state level insights, state and income, or even low? What kind of periodicity should we compile insights for? Weekly, monthly, quarterly? Why is this important? Especially when you're dealing with really large volumes of data. Every time you finish a compute and you come back and you realize I have to go back and actually maybe, recompute because I missed this dimension, or maybe I did everything at national level, now I have to run everything at state level. It just adds cost and time. So if you can try and identify all possible data points you need to generate, dimensions that you need to generate upfront. And again, it's not going to happen that you get it right all the time. And make sure you know the KPIs that you're going after. In our case, we said, okay, we have to go after the amount spent. We have to look at volumes of transaction. We look for average ticket sizes and average spend per user. And we also had other dimensions that I'm not listing here. But we had other KPIs and dimensions that we had. But this is what I think will be easy to understand for this forum. But remember that in any of this problem, you're not alone. If you can have a sounding board, iterate till you have all possible dimensions up front. So the problem definition phase is very, very important. Then starts your development process. So develop your insights insightfully. When I say develop your insights, I'm not actually just talking about running the models. I'm actually saying start thinking of, okay, now if these are the KPIs I develop, how should I look at these KPIs? I mean, should I probably throw out absolute numbers, or will absolute numbers not make sense to the context of the problem I want to answer? Should I index some of the findings? Which of these 20 KPIs I've defined actually will make sense for which output that I want to drive, or which insight I want to drive? Now, and remember, your model output also needs to be contextualized. Your model may give you, let's say, you're trying to predict growth for something, and you get a number, your model predicts absolute numbers. So you say, okay, I have a 10 million growth forecast. That sounds great. But if it's on a base of 100 million versus a base of a 10 million, that makes a huge difference. So I see a lot of cases where people actually come out and publish absolute numbers. But the minute you look at it comparatively over the right base, the story changes. So a 10 over 10 million is 100% growth. A 10 over 100 is just 10% growth. So all of these are simple things. We think we remember it, but what typically happens is in the run of the actual, your daily job, or when you're trying to close a project, we miss some of these simple things. And that's where your insight or your storytelling actually suffers. So the graph on the right, for example, we had to publish, and these are, I'm not using anything that's not publicly available. This is all on our website. We decided, okay, we will not talk absolute spends at all. What is important is we are trying to look at how people spent in 2019 versus how they were spending in 2020. So we indexed everything to a particular week that we identified. And we said, okay, clearly 2019 spends were far above 2020, and they still continue to be above 2020. The other thing to remember, this is very important, especially with all of us who love data, right? We get into this mode where we love our data and we just want to compute everything that we can. So at some point, you have to stop the analysis and start your synthesis. That's what we say to our analysts, that just stop, because otherwise you'll never get your work done. The other thing to remember, and this is what I spoke about in the beginning, is to be prepared to be surprised or disappointed. Don't expect all your hypotheses to bear out. And it might be a good thing that your hypothesis that you expected did not bear out, because it might lead to a completely different insight. Either you'll realize your data is wrong, or you might realize that this is actually happening. This is an unexpected trend that's happening. An example I will actually cite is we actually went in with the hypothesis that nobody will buy hardware, but hardware turned out to be one of the best performing sectors during COVID in the US. People are actually going and buying hardware, home improvement projects, because they were stuck at home and they decided to repair their garage, they decided to repair furniture on their own. Now that we actually ended up writing a blog on the whole topic. So that was something that was quite unexpected. So, and that's what we were looking for, providing an insight that is not intuitive. The last thing before you do any publishing is you have to research and make sure you validate your insights. Remember that your model may have been validated. Your model output may have been validated. You know the acceptable thresholds. You know what is, what are the constraints that the model is going to provide. But the outcome that you're deriving or what you're going to present as an insight, that also needs to be validated. For example, when we saw the home improvement tests, we said, okay, this doesn't seem right. So we went back, we looked at a publicly available source of information, which was Google. Google publishes Google Trends. And we went down and checked whether there was an increased spike in home improvement and hardware. And what we saw was people were searching at a pace never before seen in the history of Google search for some of these things. And in some of your cases, you may be working with proprietary data, in which case you may not have external sources of validation. At that point of time, make sure you do commonsensical checks. And at some point, you have to also learn to be happy with directional validation. You won't get an exact validated figure that corroborates what you have. If that was the case, then you wouldn't need to do the analysis. You can just go borrow the figure that somebody else has published. And finally, the presentation. Now, the graph on the right is a classic example. This could be Tableau, it could be PowerPoint, it doesn't matter the medium of presentation of what you're publishing. A graph like that is pretty much unusable. Unless you want to make a point that the whole, whatever we are looking at is super fragmented, then maybe that graph works. But if you're actually expecting somebody to understand that graph, that's not going to work. So make sure, first go back and figure out who you're communicating to. If it's to an exec, if it's because you're going to help write a press report, if it's for a small blog, the way you'll communicate is going to be different. And as an analyst, as a data scientist, you'll feel bad that you spent 20 days working on this and it's coming down to one paragraph, but that one paragraph has to make it count, right? And remember to use pictures, but don't use a picture just for the sake of it. Or when I say picture, any graphical representation. And finally, do remember, not everybody is interested in everything that you found. You can be proud of it, but remember the other person probably doesn't understand the fact that you've gone through 20 days of pain to come up with this. This is a simple sample. I think I already spoke about this graph that we used. One graph with many elements may work. In this case, because we wanted to communicate a particular story, it worked. In other cases, this graph did not work because we sent it to somebody and they said, can you just simplify this further? Get it to me as 2 graphs. But it's important to make sure that you understand your audience and present it appropriately. And the other thing to do is know when to write and when to use graphics. So if you know that something cannot be expressed in a graph, make sure that you have the right forum or the media to express that idea or insight. So finally, I think I'll just close with this. The most sophisticated models can fail not because they're wrong, but because they're not used appropriately. Used or used appropriately. So that's why the importance of telling the right story on top of all your model output is super important. So for people who are interested, there are more insights on our Yodlee website, and that's my LinkedIn handle. Thank you. I think I'm just on top of that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that amazing talk. It was great having you with us today. Our next speaker is Ms. Shruti Gupta, who works as a senior software engineer at Google, who will be talking about deep learning advancements in NLP. Over to you, ma'am.
Sure. Can everyone see my screen? Is my screen visible?
It's visible.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, hi everyone, I'm Shruti, and today I'm going to talk about deep learning advancements in the field of natural language processing and how you as a data scientist, as an ML engineer, can leverage these advancements. So a brief bio about myself. I graduated from BITS Pilani in 2015 with a computer science degree, and since then I've been working with Google in the Bangalore office. Okay, so let's get started. Now, my title threw two big terms at you. One is natural language processing and second is deep learning. So let's take a look at what these actually mean. So we start with natural language processing. Now, NLP is a pretty old branch in computer science, which basically deals with the interactions between a computer and human language. And in today's world, there are a plethora of examples where we rely on NLP for our day-to-day tasks. So I'll give you a simple example by this picture on the screen. So if you see here, we have a human who wants to make a bot play a specific music. So the human is going to issue a command in natural language, which the bot is going to understand. That is natural language understanding. Now the bot understands the command and it's going to reply to the human in again a natural language form. So that is natural language generation, in which the bot generates the output. Now the bot has understood that the human actually wants them to play a particular song. So it's going to search for that song and find out from a particular song repo. So that is information retrieval. So a task as simple as this, which today any child can do, involves 3 branches of natural language processing. Moving on to deep learning, if you look at the pictures on the slide, this is what is the scenario in today's world, the place where we are. We have lots of data available, which we fondly call as big data. And then there is this desire where we want machines to be able to do all the tasks which humans can. And that's the whole area of artificial intelligence. So then what is deep learning? Deep learning is nothing but it's the bridge between this massive amount of data that we have and AI. So through deep learning, we can do AI leveraging this massive amount of data. Now, if you look at the crux of NLP, it's basically we're trying to make the models understand a language. So what we actually call as language modeling. And if you see the journey in NLP throughout the work which has been done over decades, all the work that has been around is to improve this language modeling ability, be it through deep learning or without deep learning. And more recently, we've seen the trends that deep learning has improved this language modeling ability by a lot. So when we talk about deep learning, there are 2 important aspects that we need to keep in mind. One is the model architecture, that is what neural model or what is the exact architecture, how many neural networks and what is the connection, etc. that we end up using. And second is the training data representation, how you are going to feed the data to that model and what exactly you're feeding to the model. And most advancements in the field of deep learning, be it NLP or some other field, they are along these 2 dimensions. So next, I'm going to talk about covering some of these advancements in brief. Now, all of these are detailed areas of research, and I cannot do justice with a few slides, but I have links in the speaker notes. For those of you who are interested, please take a look and delve into it further. All right, so now let's talk about language modeling. Now, a fundamental axiom in the world of language modeling is this statement: a word is known by the company it keeps. That means that you can define a word by the words which are surrounding it, its context. And now I'm going to show you a very common application of this. We all use this tons of times a day. That's keyboard autocomplete. We rely on it so much. And what is powering this is a language model. So to understand what is a language model has this task in hand where basically given some context, it tries to predict the next likely word. So given the context that the cat sits on the, it's likely going to predict that the next word following it would be mat. That's the whole fundamental idea behind a language model. Now, traditionally, we have been doing this through statistical methods using n-gram counts, but more recently, with neural models, we have been able to make a lot more progress. So now a neural language model, to achieve this particular task, it learns two important objectives. One is a distributed representation for all of these words, which is what we call as embeddings. I'll talk about this in detail in a bit. And the second is a probability function, which says how likely is, say, the word mat going to be when the input context is the cat sits on the. So these two abilities, mapping words to a distributed representation and having a probability function for word sequences, is what has empowered the neural language model to be so powerful over its pre-existing variants. So now to look at what is the architecture behind these neural models or behind such a neural language model. That is something which we call as a recurrent neural network or an RNN. So to explain it very simply, a recurrent neural network is nothing but a very simple neural net with an additional feedback loop. So what this feedback loop entails is that each unit in this RNN is going to have a connection to its previous unit, so that it can store the information as to what has been previously seen. So for example, the cat sat on. So at on, we know that the previous words were the cat. So that information is useful to determine the value or add or everything for the word on. And it is this ability which makes RNN suitable for doing language modeling work. Now to talk about the distributed representations that that a neural language model learns, that is what we famously know as word embeddings. So if you to explain in simple terms, what word embeddings mean is that each word in a vocabulary is now represented in a real valued vector space. So each word becomes a point in the real valued vector space. So if you look at this diagram, these are actually color codings of those real valued vectors. The mapping that is generated, the representation is such that two words which are very similar in meaning will have very similar representations, or in the vector space, they're going to be very close to each other. So if you see here, man and woman, they both have very similar representations as compared to any other thing that is shown here. And to explain that, how embeddings capture similarity, it's a very classic example that if you take king, subtract man and add woman, you get a representation for the word queen. So word embeddings proved to be a massive turning point where deep learning showed its potential for NLP. And over time, people have trained word embeddings with massive amounts of data. So there are pre-trained word embeddings available like word2vec, glove, etc. And most folks these days use these as the starting layer of the neural networks that they build, because they become very standard common representations of the inputs that you're going to feed to your network. Okay, so yeah, I'll just recall the axiom that we started off with, that is, a word is known by the company it keeps. So the fundamental problem behind having those word embeddings is that they have universalized the representation of a word. So to give an example, take a word like bank. So whether the bank means a river bank or it means a financial institution, that is irrelevant to that word embedding, because it's going to have the same representation for that word. And that is something that's not really ideal. Because each word, the ambiguity in the languages is such that each word can have different meaning given the context. So the axiom holds true, but our approach wasn't. So this gave rise to something which we call as contextualized word embeddings, and Elmo was the first known model that helped build these kind of embeddings. So what Elmo basically does is that it says, I'm not going to generate, universalized word embeddings, but instead give me the sentence, give me the context, I'm going to look at it and dynamically generate embeddings. So on top of this dynamic embedding generation factor, what Elmo also does is that so far we've just been looking at the previous context of a word. We now also look at the following context. So if we say the cat sat on the mat and something, then we take into account both the context vectors to determine what should be the right embedding or what should be the right probability for the word mat here. What goes into this Elmo model is something called as LSTM. It's a long short-term memory unit. So I'll just give a very brief idea. It's very similar to RNN in the fact that it's going to store the information from the previous units about what has previously been seen. But in addition, it has these gates. So what these gates enable an LSTM unit to do is basically selectively choose what do you want to keep and what do you want to forget. So now the LSTM can learn to say that, okay, for me, mat is more closely related to cat than any other word in the sentence. So this helps us overcome a lot of problems that we were initially facing with RNNs. I won't go into the details for the sake of time. Yeah. So now that was the work till 2014, and fast forward to 2017, there was a huge revolution which came with a new modeling architecture called transformers, which enabled us to do sequence to sequence modeling. Now, what sequence to sequence modeling means? Very simple, as the name suggests. You input a sequence and then the model outputs a sequence to you. So transformers have been ruling the roost even as of now in the NLP world. All the recent research and advances have been using transformers and its variants. So to understand, what's that big fuss about transformers, or why have they gained so much popularity? So if you recall that in an RNN or an LSTM, we say that each unit is going to have a connection to its previous unit so that it can store some relevant information. Now, what this means is that the model has become essentially sequential. So each unit is now going to execute independently. Each unit is now going to be dependent on each other. So they're now going to execute sequentially. Now, this dependence on the previous layer greatly gives us improves the language modeling ability, but it has a very bad impact on compute cost and the serving time. If you want to scale the model to something like to cover a web document or a very huge sequence, the model serving time is going to be very huge, because of which these models we were not being able to use such kind of techniques for long sequences. So transformers does away with this kind of scaling bottleneck, where it removes that connection to the previous sequence. So now what happens is that all the individual units are independent of each other, so they can all be executed in parallel, and we can scale this system to much longer sequences. Now, one question that comes to mind is that we had that connection to the previous layer only because we wanted to get some additional information, and we said that that was the crux behind the language modeling ability of those architectures. So how transformers still maintains that language modeling ability is by a technique called as attention. So by attention, what they do is that within a transformer unit, they look at inputs, they look at the context within the scope of that unit itself. So with that, they don't introduce a dependency to another unit, but they still have the knowledge of what has been seen previously or what is going to be seen after using those dependencies. So that allows them to be still able to do the language modeling, but at a much higher scale. Now, transformers fundamentally, so the transformer architecture fundamentally contains two major things. One is an encoder block and another is a decoder block. Right, I'll very quickly wrap up. So I want to quickly highlight two major aspects where transformer models have proved their prowess. One is discriminative modeling, that is discriminative tasks like classification, where we introduced BERT. BERT was released by Google in 2018. It has completely revolutionized the way NLP work has been done. And the other aspect is generative modeling, which is and more recently the models GPT and its variants, the most recent one being in July 2020, GPT-3, which has completely blown the mind of people. So I'll just end on this note that, these models, BERT, GPT, they're all very nice to hear and be amazed by the results that they produce. But then these are huge models. They require lots of training data. They have so many parameters and they need a lot of compute resources. So that is not something, which every other person can train on a regular basis and experiment with. So what has come out nicely from this is that, these models are now available as pre-trained models. So as a data scientist or as an ML engineer, you can just use the pre-trained model and very quickly do fine-tuning or few-shot learning over it. So what that basically means is that suppose we want to train a sentiment classifier to decide sentiment of movie reviews, all we have to do is use a pre-existing BERT model. On top of it, add a classifier layer, a softmax layer, and the training just happens for the softmax layer with very limited data. In fact, there's a nice tutorial on how you can fine-tune BERT in just 5 minutes. And this is how the mass can use such huge models and gain the advantages of them. I'll just end with a few links, a few important links for deep learning. These are by Google, but they've been very useful in open source for people to try out and build models which are even at a professional scale. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thanks for the amazing talk. It was great having you with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I would like to welcome our next speaker, Sonika Malot, who is a front-end developer and will be talking about data science and music. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, hi. You can hear me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll start the talk. Good morning, everyone. Our topic today is applications of data science in the field of music. A little bit of background about myself before we start. My name is Sonika Malloth. I graduated from IIT Bombay Computer Science and Engineering in 2013. I'm a full-time freelancer currently. I work across the stack and I'm also a professional musician. As you can see, my main instrument is drumming. I will start with the basics of what data science is because a lot of my musician friends are also joining the talk today. I'll start with the definition from Wikipedia. Data science is an interdisciplinary field that uses scientific methods, processes, algorithms, and systems to extract knowledge and insights from structured and unstructured data. Data science has the power of looking at the bigger picture, finding patterns, predicting what comes next, and also generating something new from known data points. So, how does this geeky mumbo jumbo fit into the world of music? Music is a world of many instruments, melodies, and rhythms put together by many musicians. A musician always looks at the bigger picture of what emotion the song needs to convey while composing. They find patterns in the rhythms played by their fellow musicians and help create a groove in unison for us to latch onto. In impromptu live performances like jazz improvisations, they're constantly predicting what notes are going to be played next by their bandmates and harmonize on the fly. They gain the knowledge of music theory, scales, chords, and they train for years on existing songs and genres to create something new from the accumulated knowledge. Although creation of music is a very creative process, there are many aspects of it and many aspects around it that benefit from data science. Applications of data science in music are huge and never ending because the world of music is huge and never ending. In this talk, I'll try to capture a few applications that revolutionize the music industry and music in general. The first and most notable and relatable application of data science in music is the recommendation systems. Data science algorithms have the ability to find patterns in user behavior and suggest relevant content to the user. Recommendation systems have been around for a very long time and are generally seen in the e-commerce websites. Based on your search history, a new catalog is recommended to you. In the world of music, the most recent and notable example of recommendation systems is Spotify's Discover playlist feature. A playlist that is generated each week based on a user's listening habits. There are commonly two approaches when it comes to recommendation systems. The first one is a collaborative filtering approach. In this approach, you collect a large amount of information on users' behavior, activity, and preferences and predict what users will like based on their similarities with other users. This method does not analyze the song that is being recommended. It actually looks at two users and makes assumptions. For example, if two users like the same song, they might have similar interests, and the other songs liked by the first user might be recommended to the second user, and vice versa. One popular machine learning technique used in this sort of systems is a k nearest neighbor approach. But the major issue with this approach is the cold start problem. In that, the system needs a large amount of data to make accurate recommendations. So when you have all new users, you have no data points to analyze and find similar people. The second technique is content-based filtering. This approach filters based on an analysis of both the song being recommended and the user. It closely examines the actual song to determine which features are most important in making recommendations and how these features interact with the user's preferences. Machine learning techniques like naive Bayesian classifiers or cluster analysis are used to determine which features of an item are important for the classification. In the field of music, content-based filtering is preferred over collaborative filtering as we want good music from day one. In content-based filtering, we want to get features from music data to provide recommendations. But what exactly is music data? Every song has its metadata of who the artist is, when it was recorded, where it was recorded, its publishing company, what genres does it belong to, etc. Every song also has the actual audio content through which you can say what rhythm is being played, how fast the beat is, what scale is used, and what chord progressions are used. Every song also has lyrics which can be multilingual and in various accents. And it gets more complicated in a country like India, where we have so many languages and cultures coexisting. We have artists like A.R. Rahman who create hits in Hindi, Tamil, and Telugu industries. So, if a user is listening to a lot of A.R. Rahman's Hindi songs, would you keep recommending to him all A.R. Rahman songs irrespective of language? Or would you recommend similar sounding Hindi songs? Another issue is that a lot of movies are dubbed from different industries in India. If I'm listening to a lot of Tamil movie songs dubbed into Telugu, should I be recommended more Tamil songs or more Telugu songs? Another key ingredient missing from the two approaches is the mood of the user. Listening to songs is a very momentary activity based on whether you're sad or is it raining outside or are you on a long drive. You listen to completely different types of music from Bollywood to rap in a single day. Accounting for such sporadic changes is very challenging, and there are a lot of experiments around hybrid models which are trying to combine the two approaches to come up with a meaningful music recommender system. So, next time you open your favorite music streaming app, try to play with the use cases I mentioned and see how the recommender system gets confused. Finding and determining what audio content will be important in a music recommender system is so difficult that an entire field has been created called music information retrieval. It refers to the scientific field of extracting information about music and its audio content based on audio signal processing and using that information to make meaningful conclusions about a piece of music and how it relates to other music. One of the important tasks in music information retrieval is genre classification. Automatically classifying music into genres is gaining importance as a way to structure and organize the increasingly large amount of music files available digitally on the web. Music genre classification can be done with various methods of supervised learning. Supervised learning is where you have a human labeled training set that is fed into the model. Once the features are extracted by the model, it classifies any new item coming in into one of the available classes. For music genre classification, there is a training set of 10 genres, each with 100 songs available online. So you can look for GTZAN dataset music genre classification to just experiment around and run your own models and see how it works. There are multiple inputs that can be given to these classification models. A piece of music has a lot of information in audio signal format, as I mentioned earlier. It has sets of frequencies, pitch, tone, texture, timbre, rhythmic structure, harmonic content, etc. There is ongoing research on understanding how much importance each of these features has in genre classification and using audio input for the classification. Another approach is to use the visual format of song fed into the convolutional neural networks. CNNs are mainly used in image classification and are again used by e-commerce sites to group their catalogs. CNNs are really good with identifying spatial relations across a given image. In crude terms, if you train a CNN on images of dogs and cars, the model will learn after training that dogs have 2 eyes and a nose while the car has 4 wheels. It's just extracting features. We can train such models with spectrograms of songs. A spectrogram, as you can see in this slide, is a representation of frequencies across time. Spectrograms hold the information of what frequencies are available in a song and how they change over time. I tried to make a simple model of 4-layered CNN and trained it for 50 epochs on the genre classification database. Even with such a simple model and little training, I could receive an accuracy of 45%. Another type of visual data available with music is the music notation, as you can see in the slide. They exactly tell you what is the key signature of the song, what type of note is falling where, and how the notes are arranged in the piece. CNN over these images also provide few good insights. When it comes to lyrics, keyword analysis and sentiment analysis using NLP, the natural language processing techniques, can also help us understand the general topics and tones used in different genres. A lot of swearing is generally associated with rap music. Love is a recurring theme in country music, and existential crisis is mostly accompanied with distortion guitars and double bass pedals, which are a signature of the metal genre. The next concept that I'm going to talk about is, according to me, the most useful application of data science in the field of music business analytics. Record companies are becoming very competitive, and there's an ever mounting pressure to produce the next big hit. Popular artists are always trying to keep up with trends to attract more fans and be relevant with the times. The music industry has become a big business which generates billions of dollars every year. In our current era, with so many technological advancements and gadgets, and with the current generation cluttered with so much content from so many sources, it is really hard for an artist to be recognized and be a commercial success. Fewer people bother buy CDs from their favorite artists, and instead they are turning to YouTube, SoundCloud, and Spotify to listen to music. All of these websites are free unless you choose to sign up for premium, which makes you wonder where the management behind these artists is able to get so much money every year. There's an increased dependence towards concerts, ad revenue, merchandise, and brand deals to make the money. For all this to happen, music companies rely on music analytics, a recent field that uses data science to predict the next big hit or to analyze trends. Data science is used to analyze likeness of the general public towards a genre, a beat, emotion, topic of song, language, lyrical styles, etc., to predict what combination would possibly result in the next big hit. Although not 100% accurate, these models give a nudge to the artist in a direction which has more probability of commercial success. These analytics also extend to the marketing departments in figuring out what merchandise to create and how much are fans most likely to pay for a particular product. Also, the social media marketing teams use data science models to analyze the patterns of comments and feedback given by fans on their artists or bands' social media profiles and use the information collected to predict good locations and times of year to schedule concerts or good time of the day for music video releases. So we talked about classifying and analyzing existing music till now. What about music generation? Can machines actually create music with the same emotional depth as humans? This is an ongoing research, and most notable advancements in this area are made by a music generation model named MuseNet. Music generation is a classic example of unsupervised learning. Unsupervised learning is a type of machine learning algorithm used to draw inferences from data sets consisting of input data without labeled responses. So MuseNet is a deep neural network that can generate 4-minute musical compositions using 10 different instruments, and it can combine styles from country to Mozart to the Beatles. MuseNet was not explicitly programmed with understanding of music, but instead it discovered patterns of harmony, rhythm, and style by learning to predict what the next token will be in hundreds of thousands of MIDI files. MIDI is a file format. There is an example of it in the slides. It is called Musical Instrument Digital Interface. It does not contain the actual sound. It is just a representation of sound in digital format. They just explain what notes are played, when they are played, and how long or how loud each note should be played. This is generally used by the music softwares to figure out what to play. MuseNet is trained on collection of MIDI files from various classical composers like Bach, Beethoven, or Mozart, and famous bands like the Beatles, Queen, and they also took songs across various styles from pop, Indian, or Arabic, and different genres like classic, metal, and they came up with something called tokens to train the model. The model is trained on sequential data. Given a set of notes, we ask it to predict the upcoming note. Several different ways to encode the MIDI files into tokens suitable for this task were tried. First was a chord-wise approach that considered every combination of notes sounding at the same time as an individual chord and assigned a token to each chord. Second approach was to condense the musical patterns to focus on the start of the note progressions. Tokens were also created based on the passage of time in various ways. Before discussing this topic, I want to give a little bit of introduction on music. So every music piece comes with a time signature which tells you exactly how many beats are played in each cycle of the song. And it also comes with the tempo or speed of the song. And the notation has different kinds of notes and what is being played where. Now, coming back to the tokens created on the passage of time, first the musical piece is divided based on the tempo so that each token represents a beat or a fraction of a beat. But there are various time signatures in music. Time signatures define how many beats you have in a song cycle. Bands, especially in progressive rock and metal genres like Tool, Rush, or Dream Theater, they include multiple time signatures into the same piece to give a complicated effect to the song. Also, bands like Iron Maiden and Avenged Sevenfold, they play around with different tempos in the same song to give a feel of journey from urgency to laid backness in their songs. So, relying purely on tempo wouldn't generalize the model well for these edge cases. So, model was also trained on tokens that are marked in absolute time to grasp the essence of the journey created through a song. Within the tokens, embeddings were added for the model to identify patterns. Songs always have baseline rhythms onto which all other instruments hook onto. It could be a bass or a keyboard chord progression, or it could be a drum groove which repeats itself. The notes were embedded to identify which note it corresponds to in the previous cycle, so that the model understands the repetition. For example, in the slides, the notes which are marked below, they repeat in every cycle at the same time and space. The work done by MuseNet team is impressive and gives an extensive data collection and training. A large variety of experiments have been made possible. MuseNet takes an input of a composer, a prompt of a few tokens from any composition, and a variety of instruments from the 10 instruments to be included into the generated music. And it generates new music in the style of the given composer using the given instruments. So you can go to their site, you can just Google for MuseNet and try out their options. You can compose a Beethoven symphony in the style of the Beatles using guitar and drums and maybe a harp in between. Though this area is still in research and development phases, maybe in a few years, you can hear a machine composing and playing new unheard music in your elevators or hotel lounges. Given the extent of data these models can train on, a model was recently used to finish 10th Symphony of Beethoven that was left unfinished using just the notation sheets collected from the past. Even though the field of data science and music seem poles apart, they do benefit from each other a lot. Music definitely has gotten better at keeping up with trends and creating relatable content with the help of data science. In return, data science models can learn a lot about human emotions and journey through music. Music, just like all the other art forms of painting or writing, captures the human soul, and learning patterns, maybe machines can someday become more emotional. And when that day arrives, I hope we all learn to coexist and not fight for dominance like shown in movies. And that is my talk, guys. Thank you. You can find me at the rate Sonic Glass on all the social media, or you can just search for Sonika Mallot on LinkedIn. If you have any questions, if you want to know more, please do reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that amazing talk. It was great having you with us today.
Yeah, thank you.
I would like to welcome our next speaker, Ms. Vijaya Nirmala, who is a hybrid cloud implementation specialist at IBM, who will be talking upon data for data science in AWS.
Kevin, can you unshare and share it again? Can you?
Please repeat?
Yeah. When you share your screen, there will be an option share the audio. So there's a small checkbox, share the audio. You'll have to click the checkbox. I'll just remove you from the stream. Once again, share it. When you share your screen, just click on the checkbox, share audio.
I don't find that option.
No,
I'm in
just share
application window.
Just share your screen.
Yeah. Can you see it?
Yeah, I'm able to see it. Now, just play the video.
Which you can check later. The topic on data lake for data science in AWS. This is about
Is it audible?
Yeah, it is, but the volume is very low.
Let's see how it is being done. And this is about myself, and these are my LinkedIn and check later. So now let's start with what's data science. As the definition goes, it's an interdisciplinary field that uses scientific methods, processes, algorithms, and systems to extract knowledge and insights based on the large amounts of complex data or the big data. So as from your social media like Facebook and your Twitter handles, or it could be your mobile data or medical records. Or you might have a semi-structured data which is coming from your NoSQL data attachments that might come with the emails and hence semi-structured. And then we have data sources that could be come from. It could be from on-prem or on cloud. In on-prem, you might have decades of data that are basically historical data that is gathered and made available in the data center, and that could be used for your data science activities. Now that we have a varied kind of data, which is from healthcare, insurance, finance, education, and other different sources like business data and many other forms, how do we actually classify? It's basically with the objective and the purpose that we are intent to do. With that, we'll be able to classify whether it is for developing machine learning models for statistical, financial analysis, predictive analysis, or Internet of Things, which are few among the many. Now, where do we store all this data that is coming through? Here comes the S3 bucket, which is a fully managed object storage service from AWS. It is secured with encryption. It gives a 11.9 durability, and it is auto-scalable, meaning you can upload any volume of data and any variety of data into S3 bucket, and you don't have to worry about provisioning more disk spaces here. It is automatically taken care of by AWS. And you can have varied ways of ingesting data, which we will see in further slides. You can define a lifecycle policies against buckets about for the duration of which the data stays in a particular bucket or get deleted or get transformed into Amazon Glacier, which is the infrequently accessed storage. You can as well have versioning enabled, and all this can be made possible by giving an access control for using the service called Identity Access Management. We can have logging and monitoring, and we can have trigger response events. Say like you upload a new object or a file into an S3 bucket, and you would want some activity that has to happen based on this event. Then you can have this configured from S3 trigger response events. So that being said, let's see what are all the layers that is available as part of the data lake setup. We have the ingestion layer, which is the first part of this. This is to bring in the data either from Kinesis Firehose or Data Direct or Direct Connect or RDS. These are the few services that are mentioned, but there are other sources as well like Glue, which is also mentioned in under catalog and search layer. So now though we have various services that are bringing in data into S3, we have the storage layer as Amazon S3 and get this data gathered from all these sources stored into S3. Why catalog and search? Catalog perhaps is about to categorize or order your items in a systematic order, and then so that you can gather all the data in a particular order and search on that data using Elasticsearch service. Then we have the protect and secure. Having all this data readily available for usage, you might have to as well be protecting these services, and for that we have tagged in couple of services that is available for this purpose. Finally, with all the time and effort spent there, we have the analytics and machine learning or the artificial intelligence processing layer, wherein these are the AWS services. Say for example, QuickSight, which is a cloud-powered business intelligence server that is providing machine learning insights in your dashboards, which can easily be integrated into any of your applications or your websites. So such kind of analytics and machine learning applications can be implemented by using these services. Now let's see the varied sources of data ingestion, how they are categorized. So the data ingestion sources could be categorized as streaming sources or it could be batch loads. Streaming sources is all about bringing the data as and when they arrive. By that way, they are like for example, Kinesis data streams is bringing in the live data and it is directly uploading them into S3. And for videos, it is Kinesis video streams. You can also have a Kafka service enabled and getting it loaded into S3. You might as well have a batch loads by using Glue, which is an extract, transform, and load service in AWS, through which you can set up jobs in order to load data into S3. And we also have an Elastic MapReduce services, which is for big data processing on Apache Spark frameworks. Other ways of getting data into S3 would be via the database migration service or your physical data movement by raising a job request for having a snowmobile and getting your petabyte scales of data transferred from your data center into AWS. Or you could have a dedicated network connectivity established between your data center and AWS, and then transfer the data by having the direct connect. So these are about having the sources for data ingestion layer. Now let's see what are the strategies you have to put in order to load this data. There are no hard and fast rules that you should ideally follow this, but it is just a suggestion or the classification that worked well before. So this is about having an ingestion bucket, which is nothing but getting all the data from the ingestion sources, and then you will have the data lake bucket wherein you have the data that is readily available for processing in the format that you need. And standard bucket is about creating the data for processing by either EMR or any other analytical services in order to produce insights. Based on all the processing and the storage that is happening in all of these buckets, you might define the archival policies. So accordingly, either data could be transitioned into an archival bucket based on the life cycle that you define, or it could be as well be deleted based on the need that you are classifying for the data inside the S3 buckets. Now we get into ingestion bucket. As said before, this is having the raw data that is directly uploaded from the input ingestion sources, and you need to capture the metadata, that is the data about data, defining lifecycle policies, enable encryption, and you should also be controlling the access on who will access what buckets or under what data, under what buckets by using policies and permissions that are attached to roles or users. And then we have the data lake bucket. The data will be in the user-defined form here. Like before, we have encryption and archival policies defined. And then we have the standard bucket, which is the transformed data that is being stored here. And the transformation or the processing of the data could differ from use case to use case here. You might have the data that is transformed or made into a readable or accessible format in under folders or subfolders as per the needs. And here as well, you will be capturing the metadata, define archival policies, and encryption enabled. Finally, we have the archival bucket. This is about having the policies based on the policies that are defined in the earlier buckets. Data is getting into this archival bucket based on the definitions that we have given before. Now let's see what's about catalog and search. Ideally, we might as well do it in a form that whenever a new object uploaded into S3, you might have an object event that is triggering a Lambda function, which is in turn putting an item that is uploading a metadata into DynamoDB, which will again be used by the Elastic search service whenever it has to perform a search service on the data that has been gathered. But try to do all this, we have AWS Glue now, which can create a data catalog on the data services or the data stores that we have already defined. So by that way, Glue is like reducing or doing the uplifting work for us on behalf of us on this data that has been gathered. And then comes the access interfaces. In case if you have mobile users who needs access, then you can use Amazon Cognito in order for them to sign up and sign in to access the data via the applications or the other sources that they have been granted access with. And then you can control about who is accessing what data and at what level by using the identity access management in the form of roles and users. And then we have Amazon API Gateway, which is about creating or accessing the data. It's kind of acting as a front door in order to fetch information via the RESTful APIs from the data that has been stored here. For that, you can set up API Gateway. And then we have the protect and secure data. So in order to protect and secure the data, for security, you will have to have encryption, because on encryption, if the data at rest is encrypted, then it is safe and secure. For that, we use the AWS Key Management Service. And we have STS, which is a secure token service. This is about generating credentials on demand for any application, for any users to access the data that has been set up. Then we have Amazon Macy. This is a data security and data privacy service, which is when tagged with the S3 buckets that is defined in as per the policies or from the console when you define, it will be able to read the data from the specified buckets. It continuously analyzes using machine learning and pattern matching, and it tries to identify a personal identifiable information which is kind of sensitive. And based on the analysis, it sends alarms and notifications saying that the sensitive data is available. By that way, you can secure the data here. And then we have CloudWatch, which is about to assess any service in the form of variables. After assessing the service performance, you can generate metrics and alarms based on the threshold pages. And any activity that is happening within AWS will be monitored and logged in CloudTrail. This is kind of to be used to in order to review the user activity or any access breaches. Now that finally we have processing and analyzing layer, which is about implementing any service in order to read or process and finally get some inputs and insights out of the data that has been gathered. For a big data processing, you might as well use the EMR and get the processed insights from here. And then you will have the cloud data warehouse cluster-based Redshift software that is to provide insights on the data that has been provided in S3. This is the data warehouse service that is running on a cluster mechanism. And then you have Amazon Athena, which is a serverless service that runs a simple standard SQL against your data that is being stored in S3, so that you do not have to set up any client interfaces in order to access the data. And finally, you have Amazon AI, kind of SageMaker. It is one of its kind which has a complete development studio for machine learning developers in order to create, develop, and deploy ML models. Now that we have seen all these aspects of creating a data lake, having the data, and then finally reading from them, what if all could be controlled and well integrated under one service? So that is data lake formation. So lake formation is an integrated data lake service that makes it easy for you to ingest, clean, catalog, transform, secure your data, and make it available for analysis and machine learning. So what we have seen earlier as an individual forms of layer and implementation are almost integrated and made available automatically in this service. So let's say in detail about what it is providing. You will be able to set up transformation jobs on the data. You'll be able to remove the duplicates. That's quite interesting. And catalog for data searches by analytical tools. The catalog database can be set up and created so that the analytical tools can run a data search on this catalog. Then you have a centralized access control wherein you can define which users or applications or services is able to access what kind of data. You can define access control at table and column level as well. This is for fine-grained granular access that can be set up. You can have orchestration and monitoring using CloudWatch and CloudTrail as discussed before. Now let's see in simple steps on how to set up and configure a simple data lake. Firstly, you have to identify and select an administrator. Then you have to register an S3 data bucket locations where the data is being stored. Ideally, the administrator that is created as a step 1 here will be able to control and provide granting access to other users and roles for the lake objects access. So after registering the S3 data location, you can create a catalog database, and then you can grant access permissions to the databases. All the catalog tables will be gathered together under this databases, and this can be as well be stored in an S3 location. And now that we have the permissions defined, you can have the crawl the data with AWS Glue, which is about automatically identifying the schema about the data stores, could be source or destinations, but you'll be able to automatically identify the data catalog. Now you will set up the permissions for accessing the tables under this DB at a table and column level, and then you can use the services of any category like analytical, machine learning, or AI as privileged, meaning as defined by the access permissions and set up here. You will be able to access and utilize the data and the catalog here. Now let's see how to do that. So step 1 is to create a S3 bucket path against which your data is being loaded, and also selecting the permissions there. And you will also be selecting a role which is actually has the permission in order to upload any data or modify any data against this S3 location. So this is how you register an S3 location. So on registering this, the next thing would be to create a database catalog in Glue. So either you can create a new database or you can have a resource link given provider. You define the name of the database here and then the location where the database has to be created in S3. And you give the default permissions for the newly created tables, and this is controlled by IAM. When a new table is added into this catalog, automatically the privileges apply to the new tables as well. Now you create the database and thus the DB catalog is getting created. Finally, you can grant access permissions either for the accounts inside from which you are trying creating this or from an external AWS account. And from that account, you can choose which users and roles are actually able to access this data catalog. It could be from Active Directory as well. And finally, you select the database. We just created this in the previous step. And optionally, you can give table level access permissions as well. Over here, for this database, I am defining any access out of this create table, alter and drop on all tables, and also grantable permissions, which is that based on this, you'll be able to grant permissions to other users as well. It could be super user based on your use cases. And finally, granting the permissions. With this, we complete the setup and creation of data lake in lake formation service. So let's see what benefits it's providing. The benefit is that ideally you can import the data from any existing databases wherein the data on the data, which is metadata, will be read automatically. And then optionally, you have the privilege of cleansing the data, removing duplicates. AWS Lake Formation can fill in the missing values. It can even link the data across data sets and removes any data errors, which is doing a heavy job lifting from us, wherein we have to do manually if this is not available. And then we have automatically crawling feature for gathering metadata. We even have a transformation templates in order to apply data transformation. It can apply optimized partitions in S3 for efficient usage, and it has centralized mechanism and monitoring and logging as well. It might seem a bit overwhelming when looked at complete perspective, but I encourage you to go back to the slides and come through again. So as and when you see this a couple of times, you'll come to know on how to use and how easy it is. So thank you all for listening. I think it gave an overview of how to set up and what to use or what all things has to be considered in short and brief. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you for the great talk, ma'am. I would like to welcome our next speaker of the event, Kanika Priyadarshini, who is a data scientist at Cisco. She will be talking upon natural language processing and its application. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Latika. Quickly, I will share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. First, I will give a brief introduction about myself. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my session on natural language processing and its application. So a quick introduction about myself. I have completed my BTech in Computer Science and Engineering in Anna University, Chennai, and followed by my master's in IIT Madras. My research areas include information privacy, web personalization, and recommended systems. I have various publications and journals on my research area and what are the work I do in part of my corporate world. I joined Cisco as a data scientist. My day-to-day work include developing ML models for as per the business requirement and automating day-to-day operations of Cisco engineers. Let's get into the topic. I will be referring natural language processing as NLP. Let's quickly get into it. First, I will give a brief introduction about what is natural language processing, what is natural language, and how processing is helping the machines to understand the natural language. Then I will be giving a higher level overview of natural language applications that have been helped me in my day-to-day operations, which in term it's a state of art by itself. Then I will be giving different use cases belongs to the application. So first we will get into what is natural language processing. As the given standard definition, as natural language processing is the way, or it's a study to understand the human communication, the way we human communicate with each other, and NLP play a major role. It helps the systems to understand, mimic the behavior, how the human communicate with each other. So I will, as part of introduction of NLP, I will be talking more about what is meant by natural language, how machines help in understanding the natural languages, and secondly, I will be talking about. So there is a big myth with NLP. So whether it's what is NLP? Is it part of machine learning? Is it part of artificial intelligence, or it is part of computer linguistics? What is it? So I will be answering those questions, and briefly we will be getting to see what are the typical tasks that have been part of NLP, like what are the big domains if we classify NLP. So what could be that? And in past few years, there have been a lot of breakthroughs and research have been done in field of NLP, and they are able to provide a very astonishing results. So what is natural language? Natural language is nothing but the way we communicate with each other, the way we speak to each other, the way we speak to ourselves. We write, we read, we think through the world, we dream about it, we make decisions in our own language. So this is natural, and now we will see how we make the mission to understand our language. So let's take an example. I will go by this example. So first, natural language, the way we speak, it's a combination of sentence and words. So let's see a new kid, or I want to learn a new language. How I will start with the language? First, I will be understanding the basic words belongs to that language, then the common words, then the more frequent one. In the next step, I will try to understand the grammar, how it have been formed, and slowly I will be making myself frequent with the language, and I will try to answer in my own acronyms, own manner, in my own manner. That's the same with missions. So let's take in the word level. What will be when you heard the word queen, what will be coming to your mind? So first, you might be heard in lot of stories, like when you have been grown, you have been related queen as to royalty, princess, palace, crown, all those things. So then you will be read through stories, seen a movie, and maybe getting from news, all those things. It's a similar way. Missions learn the new languages through lot of examples, experience that have been taught us, and with different sources of information that help the mission to understand what is meant by to understand the natural languages. So the second question, to how ML and AI help the mission to understand natural language processing. I will see the machine learning and artificial intelligence derive NLP to achieve the task, or make the machine to understand the language, and make them to do the task what we need to say. So while if we want a machine to understand a language, we will be getting to know what there will be a task set to the machine. Like I want the machine to learn this particular language, and given a task, like whether the machine have to reply back to me, or they have to do a process of quick summarization and give it back. What task you want to do? Once we fix the task, ML and AI is the major driving part that help the things to be done. Whatever the language we are talking with each other, each language will have a linguistic pattern for itself, and we can break them into three types. One is synthetic, next one is semantic, and the last one is context. Machine understand that. So while we are saying machine will understand, we are trying to make the machine to learn natural language. How machine will understand the natural language, the plain English? Let's say the language which I have chosen is a plain English. How machine will be understanding that? So machines will learn language in form of numeric numbers. The only way we can teach machines is by the only language what machines accept is numeric numbers. So NLP and MLAI help in breaking the natural languages, converting the natural languages into set of numbers that have been done. And the main crunch of using ML and AI is to extract the patterns out of the languages, like for example semantics, synthetic and contextual. I will give a small example of, like, take the example Mohan hit the ball over the wall. So with that example, this is one sentence. Like as I said, natural language is a set of sentence, and the set of sentence is again a set of words. So take the sentence Mohan hit the ball over the wall. So if I take synthetic meaning of it is a subject performing an action over direct object and the indirect object. The second one, if I take semantic, it's like Mohan is a person who is playing with a ball. And the third one is contextual. It's talk more into the situation. So in what situation he is surrounded by, maybe he might be a child. So Mohan is a child who is playing with the ball. So these are the different forms, and AI play a major role in capturing the semantic and contextual. You might be heard the term word embedding. So semantic and contextual phase of language play an important role using word embedding. Okay, then the third question here comes, breaking the major task that is part of NLP. One is natural language understanding, and another one is a natural language generation. So first we will see, as I mentioned, for a machine to understand natural language, whatever the natural, there are n number of language all over the world. It have to convert the language into a numerical representation. So the first phase of converting, we refer the text or the language, the input to the machine either can be the speech or a document, text, or everything as unstructured data. Converting the unstructured data into a numerical representation and building the ML model on top of it. It's a mathematical model on top of it to understand the patterns over it. It's come under natural language understanding. And there come natural language generation. So the first step is converting the unstructured data and deriving patterns out of it, and building a structured data with the linguistic, encoding the linguistic patterns out of it will be part of natural language understanding. Generation is like the machine talk to us back. It's not the way it's just reply back to us, but it's in the way of it's very conversational and intelligent by itself. That's called natural language generating. And naturally, the main important one to note for natural language generation is it's a structured data, and we are deriving or converting the structured data into a human understandable form, or the way it's more conversational. So that is all about NLP application. So these are the 5 main state-of-art techniques I have been using in my day-to-day. There are wide variety of applications that NLP have been bring through in past few years, but these are the top 5 one which have been using in my day-to-day. So I thought of presenting to you. The first one is machine translation. So there are wide variety of application on machine translation. Like just go to example, what everyone will be using is Google Translate. So even in India, let's say, like just moving from one state to another state, while we are struggling to understand a new language, or we are reading some blogs, we want to know what's the word is, we will be using Google Translate. Machine Translate is nothing but like say first I will give a brief introduction. So machine translation is converting one language into another language by preserving without disturbing, or by just preserving the meaning of the sentence to the target language. Say, let's say my given language is English and my target language is Chinese. Machine translate not only the word, the whole sentence into Chinese by preserving the meaning of the words. The meaning share, semantic and contextual meaning remain the same. Machine translation, it's not the today's or decades technology. It have been there for a very long time, from 1915. There are different type of there are 3 phases of machine translation. The first earlier version is rule-based one, where there will be a expert sitting across. Like you need, if you take 2 languages, a bilingual one, you need 2 experts who can create dictionary by, it's all handcrafted dictionaries and rules to understand the translation. The second one is statistical, where text data, big data play a major role. Statistics based machine translation, where they play the bigger role in big data start to play a bigger role in the second one. So what happened is that there will be the main need for is a bilingual concept corpus, but still the translation of, like, say, word for a whole sentence, it's not achieved in the second one. So next we move into neural machine translate. The following examples you can see in my slides, like Google, Microsoft, Facebook Translate. It's all example of neural machine translate. The third one, it have a various application, like business purpose, like auto guide, like when you are traveling across, like you are going to a different states or countries, you will find auto guidelines. Like there will be an app, there are n number of apps that's all over the place, where it convert your given whatever your own natural language or the English into the respective one. It's very difficult to understand the language. For example, if you take English, Tamil, Hindi, there is a space between each and every word. But if you take Chinese, there is no space between the words. So interpreting them and understanding the semantics and contextual is a very challenging one. The second one is Q&A. It's very interesting one. It's a state of art by itself. It's a well spoken, and everywhere you can see it. The good example is, again, I will go for Google Assistant's chatbot, like wherever you have seen, like Flipkart, Amazon's. The customer service is now completely driven by chatbots. The main and the very important point to have chatbot is very easily accessible to the customers. At the same time, the foster the repetitive questions, the go-to actions can be done, achieved by chatbot without being an technical or an executive, customer executive to be present at the spot. Q&A, it's a complete, like when we say NLP, it's of 2 types, like converting the unstructured data, the given natural language text into the converting given language text into a numerical format, or the numeric representation what the machine understand, and converting them back into the language what we human used to interact. It's like a complete overview Q&A. There are like the example which I have mentioned, like Google Assistant, Amazon Alexa, Apple Siri. It's all the very real-time application you can see in today's world. These are all part of. In my organization, we use like the model, which one of the model I have worked is creating the chatbot for our customer service. We have a tag technical assistant service. So we have built a chatbot. The chatbot is also of different. It's another topic altogether. So there are different type of chatbot. It's like just a menu based. Like you will give the menu to the customer. It's not like the agent is sitting there. Bot is interacting with the customer. Just give a menu and you choose or subscribe for an option. Then it reply back to you. The second one is it's like that is a virtual assistant sitting to you. Whatever you communicate, it reply back to in the way it's very conversational and interactive and intelligent. So second, text classification. This is a very old, at the same time it's have a very wide range of applications. Text classification, text classification is nothing but grouping text or a paragraph to its predefined group. Like you will be labeling each text as per the paragraph or the content that is part of. Text classification, a typical classification I will go for spam detection in your email, classifying the set of email as spam or not spam. There are a wide variety of, like, say, example, nowadays like it have a very good application in journalism, all those things, classifying the news articles in different like sports. There will be different type of news like sports, weather, politics, economic, all those things. So to segregate them, now data is everywhere. So classification of those and the large quantity of the text, like just going through the documents and labeling them to what it have been belongs to, it's a very tedious and repetitive task. So test classifications always. I will give one more. It's like option with Amazon, Flipkart is that as per the product description, it will group the products. Like you will be seeing, click on the menu like women's, then go for women kurta, kurti in the way. So in Amazon, you will go for whatever the products, it's grouped by itself. So classification as per the product description, it can classify the groups into a respective tags or groups, we can say. The next one is bug triage classification. Yeah. So in my organization, we have used this for the bug analysis. It's like classifying the bug to which feature it have been belongs to. So we will be grouping the list of bugs that have been generated from the software into the particular feature the software have been done. Next one is a sentiment analysis. Sentimental analysis is also, we can say sentimental analysis as part of text classification. It's wide. I mean, the live examples I can say is like your Zomato review, Flipkart reviews, all those have been done by sentimental analysis. To say in a quoted text, sentimental analysis is nothing but measuring the inclination of opinion of an individual persons or a group of persons to measure their mood, emotions, etc. So what their opinion, it play a major role for companies to understand their customers. For example, like Twitter data, 500 million data have been generated per day. So with the help of the data, you can measure, like for example, Samsung and the typical example, like you want to know which Android phone is performing very good. So just collect the tweets, performance sentimental analysis, and you will get to know what are the reviews of all over the group who have been purchased on it. This in turn help the organization or the business to refine their policies, pricings, all those things. It's a very important and very interesting one. So it have been used in a lot of thing, like for political campaigns. What is the sentiments of the people? The films got released just to go and check the reviews, whether it got the positive review or negative review. Sentiments can be measured in two types. One is polarity and the one is scalar. Polarity is like negative, positive, and neutral. Scalar is like it's a continuous one. You will say in the scale of 0 to 100, 0 to 50 is like negative. The middle one will be like, you can range the scale, so it will come in the scale. Automatic summarization, I have same as like while you processing a wide range of so summarization, when it have been very useful. So you have a very big amount of data, like say a very big amount of big data, and you want to know what is actually there in the data. Summarization will be like, say for example, take a book. You have a book and you want to know what is there in the book, like it doesn't have an abstract or like a small review. So automatic summarization will help you there. It will give the precise and concise summary of what the whole like a glimpse of what is happening in that book or paper. So interesting application of it, and it's a cool one, I will say, is journalism, automatic summarization. So in sports, like for example, take any sports event, like say cricket, and you want to write about MS Dhoni and the event is happening. So journalism, automated journalism, it's have done a very fantastic job of collecting what are the like for example, it will take what's the actual data, what's the event is about, what is going on the event, the real-time data, the historical data, what are the match that have been played by MS Dhoni, and what is there in the proprietary, so what the match is actually for, what is actually happening. So it take all the details and it will eliminate the repetitive information. The good thing of having NLP summarization is that it will reduce like when you are doing in your own, you have to go through a lot of examples and there will be repetitive informations. It should be from various sources. You have to go through a lot of articles. It can help you in achieve that solution. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot for that amazing talk, ma'am. It was great having you with us today.
Thank you.
Now I would like to hand over the session to my co-anchor, Kevin.
Hi everyone, I'm Kevin, and next up we have a session on artificial intelligence in use in healthcare, which is going to be delivered by Dr. Aarti Sri Kumari, who is a lead scientist at GE Research. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Hello? Hello?
Your screen is visible, yeah.
Hello?
Hello? Are
Can you see
able
my
to
screen?
Yeah,
Can
it's
you?
visible.
Oh, it's visible, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So thanks to Usha and the WIDS team for inviting me to give a talk about AI in healthcare. I'm Aarti and I'm a part of the research team in GE Healthcare. So when you hear about AI in healthcare, there are a lot of things comes to your mind. So if you see here, if you look into the ICU, so usually when you are in ICU, there will be a lot of instrument connected to you, and there would be few nurses and doctors will be there who will be looking at you intervals. So there could be an AI nurse or a digital nurse who can look into all the measures and just come to and just give some alarms to the nurses or the doctors if anything goes wrong. So you are getting a personalized care and monitoring by a digital nurse. So this is one of the interesting things which I heard recently in GE itself. So there's another application if you come to scanning machines, where AI can help. AI can help in the acquisition, AI can help in guidance, AI can help in diagnosis from the images. And there are a few set of applications in the electronic medical records management and the patient management. And few of the applications you might have heard in the drug industry, in the clinical trials management, and your histopathology in your labs, and the chatbots and NLP applications you just heard in the previous talks, and wearables. And using the wearables, you yourself can look into your health, monitor your health with wearable device and your mobile or a tab. And now in the COVID world, we always prefer to have as in a telehealthcare. You don't prefer to go to a clinic, rather you like to have your clinician online. So this is again called telehealth or a virtual health, and where we are right now. So these are the things. I mean, there's a lot more applications in healthcare, but a few of them are listed here. So today I'll be talking about AI in imaging. I have a few works on it, and today I'd like to walk you through some of my works, two of my works in AI imaging, which would help you to understand how AI can be implemented in real world healthcare data. So before I get into the AI piece, I would like to explain about the MRI workflow where I have done the work, and which would help you to understand the background of the work which I have done. So if you see here, I mean, how do you reach an MRI room? Maybe it's mostly it is a prescription from your clinician. And when the clinician prescribes, he would probably write what to be scanned and all. And you are going to a hospital's MRI scanning room or a diagnostic center where you meet a person called technician, who is a certified and trained person to do your MRI scanning. He is supposed to prepare you, screen you, and position you in the scanner. And he comes out of the room, and he has his work in the computer, which is kept outside. There he is supposed to do the patient protocols. He is supposed to fill in a set of information in the console so that he can do the scanning. So there he is supposed to choose which part of the organ is going to be scanned, and what position the patient is going to be inside the scanner, and a set of them, and the sequence, etc., etc. And here comes there comes a scan planning. So in GE in GE MRI systems, before we get into the high resolution MRI scanning, we do a kind of localizer scans or a scout scans, which are low resolution images. From as you know, MRI is a 3D imaging where you get 3 orientations of the if it's a brain, of the brain. So what you can do is, so in this particular image, you can see the middle one looks like brain. Maybe you can figure out just brain, and the other 2 are also brain, but 2 different orientations of it. What a technician does is he looks into these images and makes sure that the orientation and the position of the patient is correct. If it is not correct, he has to reposition and retake the scan, and then he does a planning. So once he understands that the positioning is correct, he goes for a specific scan of the landmark which is being prescribed. So what it would be like, for example, the clinician wants to look at the optic nerve. Then the technician has to make sure that he is having the high resolution scan of the particular landmark. So what he does is he needs to do a kind of planning, and that planning varies with the different anatomies, and this is a lot of geometry involved in it, and the technician is trained for doing that. And for novices, there could be mistakes happen, and there could be depending on the patient position changing, there could be differences happen, and there is a lot of challenges involved in the planning. And I've seen expert technicians who does job very well. And another interesting thing to be noted here is most of the time when the scanning happens, the radiologist who is not sitting next to the technician. So the radiologist is a doctor who looks into the images and does the reporting or the interpretation of the diseases. But in that case, if the image which is being acquired is not good, then all the process has to be retaken. So this is a challenge. So my work is basically this is a work which we have done in GE in our R&D team. And here what we were asked to do is, we were supposed to have the scan plan, a small piece of the MRI workflow. The scan plan has to be done in an intelligent way using the artificial intelligence. So when the project came to us, we were thinking of how do we automate the process? It's like whatever the technician does manually has to be done by the scanner, has to be done by the application or a software. So we decided that, okay, then it should be a pipeline which does all these process done by the technician. So the first thing should be, you are getting the initial localizer scans here, and the localizer scans will come to a network. We call it a localized IQ net. We designed it to check whether the positioning is correct or not. Most of the time, there could be blank images could come, noise could come, or may not be the proper anatomy may not be there. In that case, the localized IQ net will say, hey, this is not good, go ahead and rescan. Or it will say it is good, go ahead to the next step. So this is a 12-class classifier based on a convolutional neural network is being designed to do that. So then we can come to the next stage, which is called a coverage net. A coverage net has to say, so when a technician does it, he will look into the patient, the MRI volume and make sure that the whole volume is being covered, right? So that has to happen first, because depending on the patient size and anatomy, the coverage could vary. And this coverage net makes sure that the entire anatomy is being covered, and we used 2D unit for the semantic segmentation. And from the coverage net, the next is called an orientation net, which will help you to get into the right location or the landmark which you're supposed to take the high resolution scan, which is not actually simple because you are in a 3D space. From there, you need to come to a plane where the exact location of the landmark there, and you need to go for the high resolution scan. So there we use 3D units to do that, and for different landmarks we have multiple unit models trained. So this is a whole pipeline which we use for any anatomy, and this pipeline we designed. When we designed it, we wanted to have it in a generic way, and any anatomy could fit into the pipeline, but only the input varies and the plan varies. The input structure varies, but the pipeline should remain the same. The another advantage of this particular AI machine is because when you look into this images right here, you can see the position of the head in 3 different directions. So mostly when a patient comes to a clinician, he might be looking for a tumor in the brain, and he wanted to know whether the tumor is growing or not. So he will ask for a follow-up scan after 2 or 3 weeks. So when the patient comes after 3 weeks, he may or may not go to the same scanning center, or may not be the same technician doing that. So, but the clinician wants to have the same location to be scanned always in a proper way. The consistency has to be there. Then only he will understand whether the tumor is grown or not. So here, this is actually the images from some of the tests we did in our lab, in the research lab, and we came to know that when we realized that all these being, whatever be the position of the brain, there is a consistent plane acquired, and this is one of the major advantages of this. And this work has been the details, and we call the product AirX. This is GE's recent product, and in AI. And you can get the details from the blog in TensorFlow. Our GM has released the details of the data and the training and some details. And more beyond that, I can also not talk about due to restrictions. And now I will take you to another problem which I did in MR again. So as I said, when the patient is being scanned, right, the radiologist is not sitting next to you. So there could be problems, there could be certain issues happen, and certain rescans and unwanted rescans and recalls can happen. So this I can talk a little more about this particular problem, because this is a published paper in American Journal of Neuroradiology in the year of 2019. It's available, please have a look. So in this particular problem, what we did is, there's another challenge which happens after this. So when the high resolution scan has been acquired, the patient head, the patient could be a stroke patient, or it could be some cancer patient, or anybody. The patient can move the anatomy. For if it's a brain, the patient can move the brain. So in that case, what happens is there could be some artifacts called motion artifacts which can appear in your image. So usually how it appears is a kind of bands in your image. So how the bands can damage is, it can affect the diagnosis, or it can actually potentially hide a tiny lesion which can drastically affect the diagnosis of the disease. So the clinician, and most of the time what happens is there could be bands appearing, but that is okay to go ahead. Most of the time it's like, it's not a serious issue, but sometimes it's a serious issue, but it is actually the clinician's opinion. Some of the times they say it's okay, go ahead, but it's not okay, go ahead. It's not okay, you have to retake. So how a technician knows? This is the opinion of the radiologist, which we are going to classify. So here we are going to do a classification, clinically good and clinically bad, which is the opinion of the radiologist. So these annotations are being done by a senior radiologist. And what we did is, we have done it for a 2D slide. For 2D slices, the reason is, in a volume, in MR 3D volume, there could be slices which are bad, there could be slices which are really good. So it is an overall rating for the volume which has to be done to understand to go ahead with the scan or need to be retaken. So this is the design of experiment. When an MRI 3D volume comes, the 2D slices will be given to the model, and the slice prediction happens, and we take a geometric mean of the slice predictions, and the final volume rating comes. So this will help to understand the technician to retake the scan. If it is not, the final volume rating is bad, he can immediately retake. If it is not, if it is good, he can go ahead. Then there is no unwanted rescans or unwanted recalls happens over there. So I'll a little bit get into the details of the experiment. This is a DL architecture which is custom designed for this problem, and we have the reason is that there are reasons for not having the model taking a lot of space in the machine, and we have here patch normalization layers, max pooling layers, and sufficient number of filters. So which and the overfitting has been taken care, and there are a few merge layers which are actually the residual connections which help to overcome the vanishing gradient problems. And this was really interesting, and more details are available in the publication. If you look into this particular images, right? So these are the test volumes, some of the test volumes. So if you look into this graph, there are a total of 40 slices in this volume taken. And this is a coronal view of a patient. And this patient volume has gotten a score of 81%. So here we take a geometric mean of per slice probability for clinically good. So the geometric mean will help you to have the mean preserving stud problem not to be appearing there. So if you look into the clinic probability, 81% is there, even though 1 or 2 slices are bad. So it's a good to go ahead. But if you look into this particular image, this particular set of images where you have 27 images and few of them are bad, if you look into here, slice number 13 is really bad. It's given a very poor rating. And slice number 12 is okay. It's coming around 60%, and slice number 11 is really good. It's actually true. This slice number 12 has some kind of mild artifacts present. And when it comes to the another, this is another case, interesting case where you can see that there are some bands appearing near the eyes, which can actually distract the optic nerve. So slice number 14 is clearly bad, and 15 and 16 are okay. 15 is okay and 16 is good. But the overall rating for this particular volume is really bad. So we have to retake the scan over here, and there is no retake is happening here and here. So here the retake has to happen. It is not acceptable at all. So when I tested for 33 volumes of clinically good and 35 volumes of clinically bad, we obtained an AUC of 98% over here in this particular experiment. So this is how we have done the experiment, or this is how we have implementing an AI application when you get a problem, and this is the way we approached. And probably there are situations where you might need to custom design things for your problem, knowing where you are going to have the application running, if it's in a cloud or it's in your console or like that. So hope it was useful for you, and connect with me for more details, and thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for being with us here today and conducting such an informative session.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we have a session on blockchain and how it could transform our economy. And this is going to be taken by Kavita Dwivedi, who is the head of data science at Infinite Sum Modeling Incorporated. So over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, would you please turn on your mic? Ma'am? Ma'am, you need to unmute yourself.
I hope you are able to hear me now.
Yes, ma'am. Now we can hear.
Okay. And you can see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So, good afternoon, everyone. The topic that I'm going to talk about today is blockchains and how blockchains can radically transform the economy in the coming decade. I'll first give a brief introduction about myself. I am Kavita Dwivedi and I'm heading the data science for the Infinite Sum Modeling. I am a data scientist with around 13 plus years of experience. I started as an analyst with Fair Isaac and then went on to work with companies like Accenture, Infosys, and Vodafone. I have worked in different domains like banking, telecom, HR, fraud, risk management, and marketing analytics. What I really love about data science domain is that we can solve real business problems and bring ground impact by using data science algorithms. Currently, the topics of interest that I'm pursuing are social network analytics, blockchains, natural language processing, and of course, with every new consulting assignment that I work on, the list goes on increasing. I have been a speaker at Open Data Science Conference, Data Hack Summit, and many other data science forums. It's a pleasure to be part of Women in Data Science chapter Mysore, and looking forward to an enriching discussion today. Now, blockchains is a topic which is very much related to the data science domain, because this is something which will drive the growth of a lot of industries in the next decade or so. Before we even get into the impact of blockchain, let's try and understand what is blockchain and why blockchains have become so important in the current era. Now, blockchain is nothing but it is a distributed ledger technology. So basically, you have a ledger which is maintained in a digital format in a distributed manner around across thousands of people globally. So basically, there is not one person who is maintaining the data, but there is a network or a distributed ledger which is controlled by multiple people, and everyone else can make an entry into this in real time. Now, the whole idea is that the control doesn't lie with one person. The control lies with all the owners of the blockchain in a distributed ledger environment. And any change that you want to make to this distributed ledger technology can be made only with the consent of everyone. So basically, it's a distributed ownership that is there with this blockchain. Now, the reason why this blockchain has become very, very important is because this is one of the most secured ways of storing data. It is also one of the most secured ways of sharing data. And it also helps us in maintaining the transparency on how the data has been added across the chronology. So basically, when you create a blockchain, there is one block created, then the second block created, the third block created, and all of this history is maintained. So basically, you have a complete audit trail of what has been added, by whom, and when it has been edited. Now, the whole the technology is based on a peer-to-peer topology, and that is why its control doesn't lie centrally, and it is distributed across all the users that you can see here. It makes it very difficult for one user to gain control or change anything in the network. And that is another very important property, because one user cannot make any change, any kind of error or any kind of problems doesn't occur in blockchain. Now, the impact of blockchain is so wide that the World Economic Forum anticipates that 10% of global GDP will be stored on the blockchain by 2025. So basically, what World Economic Forum is stamping is that blockchain is going to be the way forward for a lot of different industries in the coming era. And by 2025, 10% of the global GDP will be stored on this blockchain. Now, let's try and understand from the diagram below how blockchains is created. So blockchain is, as we said, it's a series of blocks. So basically, the first block, which is block 1, is created, and that will have a hash of the previous block header. So basically, a secret code or a number which will refer it to a previous header. And then this one will be pointing to the next block, which will basically have the hash of this orange block. The blue block will be again pointing to the green block, and green block will have the hash of the previous block header. So in this way, every particular block is linked to each other through a hash address. And whenever a new transaction occurs, a new block is created. Now, every block will have multiple information in it. One is when the block is created, the date, time, and the location where it is created. This block will also have the information around the transaction that has happened. So the parties to the transaction, the dollar amount, or any financial transaction that has happened. And it will also record all the changes that has been made to the particular transaction. So that's the idea of blockchain. Now, the reason why it is difficult to modify any one part of this blockchain is because each of them is linked to each other. So no one can go and change any one block. Whenever you want to make any changes, you have to add another block and then go ahead and modify the entire chain of transactions. Now, looking at it, you might want to now understand as to why this will become very, very important in the different industries. Let's look at what are the different properties of blockchain that makes it very, very important. One important property that we already discussed is centralization, right? Currently, the data whichever is stored, either it is company-wise centralized or country-wise centralized or industry-wise centralized. Now, what blockchain is saying is that we don't want any centralization of data. We would like to keep our data completely decentralized. So that's one important property. The second important property of blockchains is cryptography. So basically, when you store the data, it is not stored in the original form. It will be stored in form of a cryptograph or a code which can be deciphered by the owners of that blockchain only. Basically, it's controlled by a security key, and that can be changed only by the owners. Now, the third important property is the peer-to-peer network. So basically, it's not controlled by a server-based network, which is so common. It's basically a peer-to-peer network where every individual is connected to every other individual. So there is no central body ruling it. The fourth and the fifth property is traceability. As I already said, every new transaction requires us to create a new block. So all the transactions that had happened in the past or are going to happen is stored in a chain, and that is traced back step by step. So there is a traceability and there is also a transparency, because as we already saw, no one can make any change to any segment of the blockchain without the entire community getting an update on it. So traceability and transparency are very, very important factors. Now, one of the important uses of blockchain is in the area of fraud prevention. Fraud, as you know, has become one of the very, very big problem, either be it in the financial industry, be it in insurance industry, be it in any kind of digital payment that is happening today. Fraud is a very, very big problem. Now, to cater to this problem, blockchain is being looked at one of the potential solutions that can be deployed and can be used for the prevention of fraud. The reason why we can trace back fraud through blockchain is because fraud basically wants you to trace back the transaction to the original users or to find the link to a transaction. And that is what is being stored in the blockchain device. So fraud is one particular area where blockchain is going to be very, very powerful. Now, Statistica basically forecasts that blockchain technology will grow to around 2.3 billion USD by 2021. And one of the reasons why this growth will be happening is because of its capability to detect and prevent fraud. It can not only prevent the internal fraud within an organization, it can also help us prevent external fraud of any kind. So basically, when different organizations will come together and create one single blockchain, it will be very, very easy to kind of detect the original fraud and point to the fraudsters. So this is one very, very important industry where blockchains will be important. The second one is blockchain for international trade. Now, international trade, as you know, is basically ruled by the World Trade Organization. Now, World Trade Organization involves multiple parties whenever they are doing an international trade. So whenever an trade is initiated, there is an importer, there is an exporter, there is a shipping company involved, there is the importer's bank, there are custom involved, and exporter's bank. Now, blockchain will help us in connecting all these different parties through the distributed ledger system. Now, these trade applications will transform the entire international trade, because it will take care of trade finance. It will take care of any kind of custom and certification process. So using blockchain, certifications will be created. Certificates will be awarded to exporters that, okay, your good is okay to go ahead. Transportation and logistics can be traced using this blockchain. The insurance of the goods that is being transported will be taken care of. The distribution and, of course, the intellectual property rights, because when you are sending one good from one place to other, the IP also is very, very important. How will government procure it? How will the different parties integrate together to work together is what will be achieved through blockchain. Now, blockchain is also seen as a very important tool in the trade process, because today, the way the international trade is done is very, very paper oriented. A lot of paper needs to be generated in terms of doing this international trade. What blockchain will help us in creating a paperless trade environment. So international trade is definitely going to be revolutionized by more and more usage of blockchain. Some of the countries are already using this, and many of the countries are getting onto the bandwagon of blockchain. The second important application of blockchain is for the capital markets. Now, as we saw in the area of international trade, capital market is also a highly, I would say, complex industry, because it has different parties involved, right? So there will be someone who will be buying the shares, there will be someone who would be settling it for you, there will be trading happening, there will be some assets involved. So there's a lot of processes that goes on in the capital market. Now, when there are multiple parties involved, and remember that the capital market settlements has to happen within seconds, it cannot be a very slow moving process. So when you have faster clearing and settlement requires, and you wanted a consolidated audit trail. Now, that is another very important aspect of blockchain, is that any kind of financial audit will always match across the different aspects of the trade, because it is controlled by one blockchain. So that is another advantage, that you don't need to do individual audit trails. There is one consolidated audit trail that needs to be looked into. Third, and of course, the very important point is there will be a lot of operational improvements in the capital market space, because capital market is heavily, I would say, finance and monetary transactions are involved. Now, once we try to digitize most of these monetary and financial transactions through blockchains, there will be a lot of time reduction in closing of these activities. People will start getting documents much faster, and trail of transfers can also be stored. So basically, capital market is another very, very important industry where blockchain is going to play a significant role, not only in bringing efficiency to the entire operational process, but also in making faster clearing and settlements, for which today parties have to wait sometimes. And of course, another important point was the consolidated audit trail, because we will have the audit of all the transactions that has happened on that particular trade. So that's another example of blockchains. The third, and again, a very, very important industry where blockchain is being significantly used, and this is one industry that many of the companies are already using it as a live application. So insurance companies are using blockchains for smart contracts. Now, these smart contracts allow customers and insurers to manage claim. When you talk of insurance, what you need to do is, one, buying insurance, second, paying for the premiums of the insurance, and third is claiming the insurance at the time of need, or whenever the terms and conditions have been met. So all of these processes can be automated through a blockchain. There will be a lot of, again, process simplification involved in insurance industry. A lot of risk management is involved in insurance industry. If you have kind of read a lot about insurance industry, there is a lot of risk factor that needs to be taken into account. So blockchains will help in improving the risk management process. As a customer, if I am filing for a claim, then my whole claim process will be a series of blockchain. It will be completely transparent to me. I will know where exactly is my claim sitting currently, and what is the further flow through which my claims will flow. And that is an experience that will be very, very beneficial for the companies, because that is giving a transparent customer service to the customers. The fourth one is, of course, the fraud prevention. There is a lot of fraud that happens in insurance industry. Insurance industry sometimes bleed because of fraud. And to prevent this fraud, blockchains will be important, the way we have talked about blockchain usage in fraud prevention. Now, the other important aspects is the claim payout. The time taken to pay out a claim will be reduced significantly. Premiums will be reduced because a lot of operational task is reduced, a lot of middlemen have been reduced. You don't have to pay any brokerages, etc. So all of this will help you build a better insurance system through the smart contracts using blockchain. Now, one of the important examples is American International Group, in partnership with International Business Machines, is already completed a pilot of smart contract, and it is using it for the multinational policy for Standard Chartered Bank. And this is being managed through an international coverage of blockchain. A lot of other industries or companies in insurance are already using blockchain. So this is a live example of blockchain being used in the insurance industry. Now, as we have talked about few applications of blockchain, there are many more. For example, supply chain, agriculture, medical science, diamond industry, because the origin of diamond becomes very, very important. Apparel industry. You would have heard now about food tracking, right? When you are buying a food, can I track the original origin of the food? All of these industries are looking at different kinds of uses and implementation of blockchain to strengthen their processes. Now, what I wanted to finally talk about is what are the different challenges that we are facing in implementation of blockchain. Most of the places currently blockchain is in pilot stage. There are governments who have gone ahead and given permission to use blockchains. There are governments who are still very, very taking very measured steps as to not allowing blockchain in full scale. But the whole idea is that this is a revolution, and we'll have to kind of lap it at some time sooner. Now, what blockchain allows us to do is do a real-time monitoring. It stores the real identities of any person who is involved in the transaction. Most importantly, in most of these cases that we talked about, it eliminates any third-party approval. So you don't require any third-party mediator or any third-party approval to close any of these transactions. Paper, as we saw, will be replaced with all digital data, and error and any kind of complexity will be taken care of. So these were the advantages of blockchains. Now, the major challenges that we are facing is currently the blockchain platforms that we are using, they use a key value data model, whereas most of the data models that we use in live environment today are relational data model. So basically, there is a lot of research, there is a lot of talk going around finding a single platform that can integrate the business applications to the blockchain platform. The second is the scalability challenge. Now, why we are saying that scalability is a challenge? Because Bitcoin, as you would have known, is one of the key applications of blockchain. The capacity of Bitcoin is basically to record 3 to 4 transactions per second, and Ethereum supports up to 15 transactions per second. Whereas a company like Visa processes around 1600 transactions every second. So a lot of research has to be done in terms of scalability of the blockchain, in terms of the large amount of data that will be need to be stored. But in case of most of the pilots, this has been a very, very successful pilot, and people are really looking forward to working on these technology challenges and giving it a try. The third important point is the energy requirement that is there around the blockchains. Blockchains require a colossal amounts of energy because it works on a digital, entire data is stored on digital format. It requires colossal amounts of electricity. So of course, the countries and the industries will have to look at alternative sources of electricity to kind of make this, when it goes live, it will require a huge amount of electricity. So that is something that we need to think about. Now, one of the industry experts, Don Tapscott, believes that there is a true paradigm shift with blockchain. Blockchain is almost like something that we saw in 1990s, the internet growing quite fast and revolutionizing the world economy. Don Tapscott sees blockchain as also something which will revolutionize the world economy. It will change the way we work. It will change the way industries work, and it will change the way customers are provided information. So looking at the potential of the blockchain, I myself have read through at least 50-60 different industries which are using or planning to use blockchain in different ways. I would assume that most of you would be familiar with blockchain. I would encourage you to read a lot more about blockchains and see its interesting applications. Thank you for being a wonderful audience, and it was a pleasure talking to you about blockchains.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here with us and conducting such an amazing session. And next up, we have a session on the role of Bayesian methods in handling uncertainty. And this is going to be taken over by Dr. Lavanya Tekumala. And she's a machine learning specialist and the founder of AI Phonic Labs. So over to you, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
So hello all. My name is Lavanya Tekumalla. A little bit about me before I get started. So I did a PhD in machine learning from the Indian Institute of Science and a master's from the University of Utah. I'm the founder of AI Phonic Labs, which runs a platform called Machine Learning Interview for .com to help people prepare for data science interviews. Before this, I was a machine learning scientist at Amazon. I also worked at Myntra, InMobi, and Kino, which is a startup. So today's topic is handling uncertainty and the role of Bayesian methods. Why do we care about uncertainty? So before I get started, mostly I'm going to talk about handling uncertainty and Bayesian methods. And towards the end, I'm going to take a few minutes to actually talk about some of the things I'm planning to do in future. Though I'm mostly a Bayesian and I have been working on probabilistic models throughout. I'm looking at a few new NLP challenges. I'll be talking about them at the end. Okay, so let's start with why we care about uncertainty. So if you look at this picture, think of a self-driving car, which is trying to navigate its way. It's very important for it to identify all the vehicles on the road. It cannot confuse a trailer that's going next to it with the open sky, and that could lead to an accident. Similarly, you can think of many medical applications where making a wrong prediction could cost lives. So it is important to know whether we are confident about predictions with our ML models, because sometimes uncertainty can be expensive. So Bayesian methods is a way to deal with that. But let's first understand the crux of what Bayesian modeling is first. So let's take another example, which will go a little more in detail. So suppose you have a biased coin. So by a biased coin, I mean the probability of heads and tails is not the same. And I want to know what is the probability of heads from this coin. So I tell you some data. There are 3 tosses and you see 2 heads and 1 tail. What is the probability of heads? Now your intuition says you have to take the total number of heads by total number of tosses, and that will be 2 by 3 in this case. That's okay. So now suppose I tell you I have only 2 tosses and there were 2 heads. What is the probability of tails? Now again I would use my intuition and say probability of heads is 2 by 2, which is 1. So probability of tails is 0. This does not make sense, right? Because we are predicting from too little data here, only 2 tosses, and this is a classic case of overfitting. Okay, so now suppose I say I observe 4 heads in 6 tosses, and then I tell you I observed 400 heads in 600 tosses. In both these cases, the probability of heads is 2 by 3. But it's not the same 2 by 3 really, because in the first case, we are not as confident because it's only 6 tosses, but in the second case, we are quite confident because we saw 600 tosses. Now, how do we actually give out more information than just saying 2 by 3? And that's what we're trying to answer here. There are many situations where more data makes us more confident, and when we are more confident, we want to go ahead and predict. When we are not confident, we probably don't want to predict, right? So Bayesian methodology says, don't say 2 by 3, but instead of learning a point estimate or a single value 2 by 3, learn a distribution over this probability of heads you're trying to find. Instead of learning a point value, learn a distribution. How does it work? We start with a prior belief or a prior distribution. So we already start with some distribution for P, and then we look at actual data and we refine this distribution and come up with, so if you look at this gray part here, this is a prior distribution for P I might come up with, which might be peaking at like 0.5 because my intuition generally says, probability of heads should be 0.5. But then I look at some data, and data is actually pointing towards maybe 2 by 3, right? So then I come up with a posterior that's middle ground between the prior and the data. And as I say more and more data, the posterior will become more and more peaked, which means the variance of posterior will reduce, which will tell me I'm more and more confident. And it will go more and more towards the data. So to summarize this, Bayesian methodology enables us to deal with situations where there is not enough data. It enables us to quantify how confident we are about our predictions, right? So now you can see this here, like in this graph. So if I start with a prior saying I don't have any idea what the value of P is, it could be anything from 0 to 1 with equal probability. I started with a uniform. When I see 2 heads in 2 trials, it is now going towards 1, but it is not, there are all other probabilities also have a non-zero chance here, right? But one has a higher chance, as you can see. And now as you see more and more data, so for instance, if you see 232 heads in 500 trials, we have a very peaked distribution, which is peaking at 232 by 500. That's the mean, right? So now we can say, look at the mean of this distribution and come up with an estimate of 232 by 500 with more confidence because the variance is small. To explain this. Okay, so now we saw the intuition and the motivation for using Bayesian methods, right? And how it works also to some extent. Now let's see a real life example. So I'm going to quickly talk about a project that I did at Amazon for product size recommendation. So most of us who try to purchase fashion products online, like apparel or shoes, know about this problem, right? It's never easy to choose size online. Different brands have different sizing conventions. We know that. And brand data on product sizes is often not accurate, and it could even be missing. Sometimes we don't have size charts. And this results in customers buying an approximate size and a huge number of size-related returns. Now, the idea here is, can we somehow recommend a customized size, a customer-specific size for a particular product to the customer when they have to choose the size? And how do we do this? We look at the transaction history, what they purchased in the past. For example, if I'm buying shoes, what size of shoes did I purchase in the past of other brands? And also the return history. So if I had returned something earlier, I might say it is large or small during the return process. Usually there's a drop down which asks for it. And from that information, I can try to figure out what is this customer's size, right? But uncertainty could be expensive in this example, because recommending the wrong size is worse than not recommending at all, because it might actually lead to more customers returning if I recommend the wrong size, right? So I need a notion of confidence. And this is more so because even though I have Amazon scale data here, lots of transactions, it's actually very sparse data, because in order to predict size for one customer, the number of transactions available is usually very small. Or similarly, to predict the size for one product, the number of transactions available is very small, because there are very few transactions. So basically, the number of transactions per product is very small for most products. Most products have just like no transactions or one transaction. And you can see this graphically here. It's just, if I transaction count is higher, very few products have like many transactions. Similarly, very few customers have many transactions. On top of that, the data is noisy, because people don't often give the correct return code when they are returning, and they return for no reason. Sometimes they don't return stuff that does not fit them. Because of this, the data is very noisy and sparse. So a Bayesian approach makes sense here. That's what we have established. But let's look at the intuition of how we are going about this now. So my idea is to find the true size of the customer and the product. When I say true size, it does not mean like, the inch tape size, but some kind of, if I can put the customer size and product size on the same axis in whatever units, then I can pick that product which is closest in size to the customer in that brand for that category, right? So how do I figure out this customer and product size? Using the the transaction data and the return data we talked about. The intuition is, if the customer returned a product saying it is small, then we expect the customer size to be greater than the product size by some threshold. Let's call it B1. Similarly, if the customer returned the product saying it's large, we expect the customer size to be smaller than the product size by some threshold, let's say B2. Similarly, if the customer did not return the transaction, that particular product at all, they kept the product, we can assume that maybe it's a fit transaction and the customer size and product size are almost the same perhaps, and maybe they are bounded between some B2 and B1, let's say, right? So this is the intuition. And how can we now find, let's say SI is the customer size and TJ is the product size. How can we find these SIs and TJs that satisfy these conditions for all the transactions we have? The best fit SI and TJ that satisfy these conditions. This was the intuition that we came up with, right? And one way of looking at it graphically in a probabilistic sense is that if I fix a value of TJ, I would want my SI to peak in probability when it is close to TJ if it's a fit transaction. So if it is away from TJ, it's low probability, and then it's peaking at TJ and then going down again. And this is a smooth transition. This kind of smooth transition from 0 to 1 is usually modeled with a sigmoid. And this increasing plus decreasing is a combination of sigmoids. So again, when I have a small transaction, SI is speaking to the right of TJ, and for a large transaction, SI is speaking to the left of TJ, as we would think in our intuition. Now, what to do for Bayesian modeling of this, right? This is our intuition, and this is the kind of thing we constructed. To execute a Bayesian model, first we need to come up with a generative process. So what is a generative process? Generative process is the process by which the data and we observed is generated. So SI and TJ are unknown to us, and we start with a prior distribution for SI and TJ. We talked about prior distribution earlier, right? So we will assume that SI is coming from some normal distribution with some mu and sigma, and TJ is coming from another normal distribution. Now we want to look at data and really find out what this normal distribution is and really refine this normal distribution we started with to come up with a posterior. So we will refine these mu's and sigmas to come up with a posterior distribution. That's how it works. And how do we define the rest of the generative process? The first is we define the priors. Then we want to talk about how the data is generated if these unknowns were known. So if we knew the value of SI and TJ, what is the probability of a particular transaction being small, fit, and large? If we define this, then we can generate all the data accordingly. And this probability distribution is just from what we saw earlier. It's a juxtaposition of these three things you saw here, right? Something that sums to 1. And this is basically probability of a transaction being small, fit, and large, given the value of SI and TJ. So once we define this generative process, what really is left now? We want to find, again, the posterior distribution. And that process of finding the posterior distribution for the unknowns SI and TJ is called inference. The traditional approach, so for a lot of problems, it is not possible to hand derive the posterior distribution because of the kind of complex probability distributions we use, right? Based on the problem and depending on the generative process we have defined. So what we end up doing is approximating, we do something called approximate inference. And for that, the most common techniques used are called Gibbs sampling and variational inference. We will not go into the details of these techniques. We implemented one of these things. We implemented the variational inference, which basically is finding a simpler distribution that we can actually work with and trying to find out that distribution, right? And we had to derive the updates for variational inference, and we came up with something. So let's not go into the details of that. But the point is, it's not always actually trivial to actually do this inference process. It requires some amount of training in statistical modeling in order to do the inference process for a lot of real world problems. So let's come back to that later. So now we implemented this variation inference, and it was pretty efficient because we came up with like efficient updates and efficient algorithm. And the runtime was less than 1 minute per iteration without any parallelization. We just implemented it in Python. And it did not have too much memory requirement, and it was run on an AWS instance. And we compared it with some baselines. It did fine. So it did better. So the point here is now we did this inference, which was not trivial to do. And how can now Bayesian modeling be more accessible? So we have a lot of probabilistic programming languages today that enable us to specify the generative model that we saw, for instance, and earlier, and they do automatic inference. So automatic inference for both sampling-based inference, like we talked about, Gibbs sampling first, and then also variation inference, black box variation inference techniques, which automatically calculate the gradients, just like deep learning frameworks do, and based on that, do variation inference. So some examples of such platforms are PyMC3, Stan, Edward, Pyro, and so on, right? To sort of, so we saw an example, a real-life example. And now to just explain to you how these probabilistic programming languages work and make life a little easier for us, I'm going to talk about another quick example of topic modeling. So topic modeling is the process of finding, suppose I'm given a set of documents. Topic modeling is finding the dominant topics in this set of documents. And the way this is done is we define a generative process where we say a document is a distribution, multinomial distribution over topics. So each document has a distribution of a topic. So topic 1 will have certain weight, topic 2 will have certain weight, and so on. The weights will sum to 1, right? And each topic is a distribution over words. So each word will have a different weight in each topic, right? And we want to find these distributions, the document distribution over topics and topic distribution over words. We can write down a generative process like this, where, as we see here, we are saying that document is a distribution over topics. It's this third line. Topic is a distribution over words. Is the fourth line. And then we are saying that we will have a prior distribution for these distributions. Just like we did in the earlier case, we always want to have a prior in Bayesian modeling, and that's these first two lines. This is like a 4-line thing describing the model. And I have implemented this model multiple times in the last 10 years. And 10 years back, I had to implement this in C++. It used to take me like a lot of time to actually verify it. I mean, I used to start with David Blaze code and do this. And now it is very simple to do it in PyMC3. I just need to write these lines of code, 4 lines of code for the 4 lines in generative model, and then just a couple of lines for inference. And this is not a very big data set. It has like a few hundreds of documents. So what I ran this on was like, all the posts at machinelearninginterview.com. And I can see these are the topics. So I can see ML related topics, mostly like classification, deep learning, knowledge graphs, and 2 topics related to NLP, which I have not tried to like, go deeper into, but this is an example. So now I would like to take the last few minutes to talk about some interesting edutech challenges that I plan to work on in future, which I've not worked on a lot yet, but this is something that I'm looking at and I'm excited about. So the first is improving technical communication of people. So what I find is a lot of people who come to our platform are people who are newly transitioning to data science. They have taken online courses. They look at, let's take an example of linear regression. They look at a video for like 1 hour describing linear regression, and they have an intuition of what it is. They sort of understand it. But when someone asks you, like for example, in an interview to explain linear regression in like 5 minutes, they are not sure how to communicate that they learned in 1 hour. So it's useful sometimes to practice your technical communication when, especially, for someone who's like newly transitioning to data science, in order to be able to concisely answer things that you're asked about. And one of the ways of doing it is to give automatic analysis from audio capture. So we can capture the audio of someone who's practicing while they're actually trying to answer this question and give them automated feedback. Now, there are many speech-to-text models available, readily available, especially in English. Apart from the standard problems of dealing with accent and things like that, we found that these models are not like super useful for short for our problem, because the kind of topics that are being communicated are highly technical, which means we end up using a lot of technical words. So if you're talking about linear regression, you're talking about regression, you're talking about residuals, you're talking about variance, you're talking about a loss function, you're talking about an optimization algorithm. So there are like so many terms that are used that are not common in models, readily available models based on the data they're trained on. So this requires some tweaking or at least different training. This is something that we're working on. Another interesting problem we are working on is a mock interview bot. So of course, all of us know how mock interviews are very useful, but is it possible to automate this process? So this is a little different from, let's say, a slot filling machine approach that you typically use in a chatbot, because here I want to do a little more analysis of the answers given by the interviewee in the mock interview to determine the completeness of the answer, so that I can ask a more relevant question next that falls in my agenda and assess the candidate as much as possible. So this is not a trivial problem, and this is something that we're working on, right? So I think that's the end of my talk. So to summarize, I talked about the importance of Bayesian models. We looked at the product size recommendation example, and we looked at how probabilistic programming helps with the topic modeling example. And then I ended with some NLP problems in the edutech domain, the mock interview bot, and automated feedback from transcript analysis for improving technical communication. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for conducting such an informative session, and it has been nice having you here with us today.
Awesome.
And now and to everyone who is watching this video right now, I have a small request from you. I've just put down a link in the comment section, which is a survey on the talk which was just conducted by Dr. Lavanya. So please do check it out. And yeah, thank you. And now we have a session on preventing models from failing silently in production. And this is going to be conducted by Sara TA, who is a director at Saturam. So over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sure. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen, Mr. Hello? Hello?
Just
Hello?
a minute.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Now, can you share your screen again?
Again, sure. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. You can see it now. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's get started. Okay. Hello, everyone. A very good afternoon, and thank you very much for joining with me today in WiDS 2020 Mysuru chapter. Today is yet another special day. It's Teachers' Day. My wishes to everyone in the learning community. The topic I've chosen for today is prevent your models from silently failing in production, right? So while there is a lot of focus on good bit of building hypothesis, design, and development of ML models, most of us tend to ignore or show relatively less interest, in what's happening to our model post deployment. And the challenges are even more when we are dealing with streaming or real-time data, right? So let's get started. A brief about me. I'm Sarah, and I'm the Director of Client Engagement and ML Ops and Data Ops at Saturam Infosystems. I'm a continuous learner, more passionate about and curious on data ML and data science arena, currently helping various Fortune 500 companies in their data and digital transformation journey. It's a brief about me. A quick brief about the company. Saturam and Piper, we are an advanced data engineering company having expertise across entire data lifecycle operations. Okay, we help our customers to convert their enterprise data assets and external data assets and feeds into a high quality data useful for analytics and ML and data science teams, right? So we make this enterprises conquer this modern data ecosystem and become AI ready in 8 to 12 weeks. So this is a promise from us, and we are headquartered in Palo Alto, US, and our R&D center is in Bangalore. Very healthy company, having good set of tier 1 customers across the globe. So we bring 3 basically amazing products on data and data quality. The Piper is an augmented data management product, and Qualdo is a data quality and ML monitoring product, and of course, an advanced automated data testing. So moving on to today's session, this is the agenda I have for today, right? So first 10 minutes, we'll see what are some of the challenges in ML model deployment and why ML models fail in production and what is the reason behind it. The next 10 minutes, we'll touch upon why do you need ML monitoring and then some of the important metrics one should be aware of. And some of my experience in preventing model decay while productionizing a spend forecasting model, and we shall close the session with how maintaining a good data quality meets a perfect ML monitoring, right? So what you see here is the decay, right? So you trained a model, machine learning model, out of super duper interest, validated its performance against several metrics which are looking good, but when you put it in production, what happens? Something unforeseen has happened, like a COVID-19 arrived, and the model prediction goes crazy, right? You would have undergone it. If you have not undergone it, you will surely go through it in some time, like a coronavirus, right? So performance of the model deteriorates, and model is no longer able to predict correct results. So there is a model decay. Everything goes well in research or a pilot stage, development stage. When you get into production, right, it goes out of your control. So whether you do a single model, it will decay over time, or you do continuously refresh models over a period of time, again your model tends to deteriorate in terms of quality, right? What you can do about it? So many of you are familiar with this picture, right? It's a machine learning model life cycle. Mr. Martin Fowler popularized the term continuous delivery for machine learning, where the monitoring comes into play here. So every ML system has three main components here. We are dealing with data, we are dealing with model, and also we are dealing with code, right? Unlike traditional software engineering lifecycle, there are more dynamic pieces attached to the machine learning model lifecycle. And the deployment, and it's more even challenging. Post deployment, it's more even challenging. Right. So what happens after deployment? Change. So change is the only constant in life. You would have seen this or heard it multiple times. I am telling you one more time. Change is the where we are living in the data and the ML world. So let's do something like this. We'll deconstruct ML model death. So now model is decayed now. The data scientist is aware that your model is dead, and either when a revenue stops coming in, or your response metrics falls down, or any of the key metrics which their data scientist tracks really falls down, it means that your model is dead. Not customers are not coming in. You're wrongly predicting a customer who's going to get a loan, things like that. So when you start doing the postmortem of the ML model death, you will uncover some key characteristics, right, or commonalities, I would say, across all the ML model failures, right? So your model has died. Is it because of data quality, or is it because of throughput, or is it because of a latency issue, or is it because of data drift or accuracy problems, or is it's even the model is irrelevant or irrelevant at this point? There are a lot of questions running around your mind, right? So the usual suspect, first of all, what we focus on is throughput and latency. It's the usual suspect of all ML model predictions. If a user is keeping on waiting for an ML model to be predicted, and the customer's patience is tested beyond 2 to 3 milliseconds latency, it could be a big cost, right? For machine learning models that predict in real-time mode, it is very, very important to track the latency of the prediction. I'm sorry, just a moment. Yeah. So the next suspect in the failure of an ML model is the model itself. It's best to spend adequate time in understanding what is contributing to the changes in the accuracy of the model against your training data. See if your accuracy of the model has significantly dropped. If your accuracy of the model is dropped, then you may have to necessarily go back to and hyper tune your parameters, right? If the accuracy is good and the prediction drift is not a big variance, but the response metrics are at fault, then we need to understand there is a problem with the prediction and the consumer of the prediction, right? So I'm not getting into that aspect in detail today. So very importantly, a lot of people tend to miss this aspect in terms of troubleshooting an ML model is the data quality, right? Troubleshooting ML model failures also involves analyzing the data quality, that majorly contributes to the model failure. So when the industry talks about data quality, all alarm bells goes off, because it's really a vast area, this data quality is. And with the current state of tools, it's really hard to find what is suitable data quality ML monitoring tool for me, right? But typically data quality means what? These are the 5 different metrics. One is data completeness, standardization, consistency, accuracy, and timeliness. If a data scientist or a team is able to collect some of these metrics and understand the variations among these metrics, one can easily relate a model failure due to the data quality, right? I'll get into detail some of the beautiful methods to monitor your data quality. Now, this third part is there any data drift? Is that the reason for my model to decay? There are two types of drifts. That's why the model basically gets decayed or deteriorated. Many people call it as a drift or a decay or a deterioration or many other words. So basically drifts are of two types. One is data drift, other is concept drift. Data drifts here means when a statistical property of your input variable changes, all your features, any property of your input variable changes, then there is a data drift happening. Concept drift is nothing but in a property of a target variable. When you're trying to predict a target variable, that property changes, then it is called as concept drift. Mainly, these are the two ways when your model will go wrong, right? When you start, connecting these dots and trying to stop with these kind of drifts earlier and intervene earlier, then you should be able to basically productionize and maintain your ML models with ease. Okay, some real life examples of drift. So you consider an IoT device. You've been consuming data from sensors over and over a period of time, but the model will slowly start to deteriorate because the sensor reading might change over a period of time, because that's why it needs calibration of sensors, and also due to seasonality of the region, sensors reading might change. Then your model will eventually get into drift. In manufacturing, think about this pandemic, right? I've seen this in person. So a model is built on a last few years of procurement data. Basically, a forecasting is done on a procurement. But due to this pandemic, in the last 6 months, the behavior of the procurement and the procurement strategy and the team is totally changed due to this COVID. And then again, you see a complete drift in the data set. You cannot, predict based on your only past historical data. And moving on to the retail, customer purchase behavior changes. It's not a constant static behavior compared to the last year and this year. At least for the current pandemic we are going through, everybody's looking into buying only essentials and nothing on the luxury part, right? So when a particular e-commerce company is trying to predict something with the help of the last 6 months before predicted ML model, definitely it's going to die, right? So this is the need, why we need ML monitoring than ever, right? So by failing to prepare, you're preparing to fail. So we are emerging into the era of basically ML model monitoring, right? So one has to basically design a monitoring aspect system to provide early warnings to the things that can go wrong with respect to production ML model. I'm basically, what you're seeing here is two different metrics. One is data quality metrics. The other one is ML model metrics. The ML data quality metrics, when you cover all these 5 dimensions of data quality, before even you start to develop your model, somebody is able to help you in terms of understanding or profiling your data, right? In terms of completeness, conformity, accuracy, and consistency, in what percentage your data is clean, is there any outliers, is there any anomaly, does it have any, all the data scientists are finding it difficult, spending too much time on doing data quality, preparing the data at this point, right? They are basically looking for some change. I want to build only the model, not on spending all this data quality metrics at this point. So they tend to miss out some of the metrics while developing a model and putting into production, right? And ML model metrics, right? So we saw a lot of drifts. Why are there drifts? There are some model performance metrics I've jotted down here. The future drift, the input features for the model, it got changed. The accuracy drift, over a period of time when you do multiple refreshes, accuracy drifts, your F1 score might change over a period of time. Your anything, it could be an R square score or an RMSME score or ME score, any kind of accuracy drift. If it is being monitored in the earlier stage, you can avoid basically a heavy cost associated with failure in production. And there is ML data consistency. Is my data for this ML machine learning model is consistent? Am I able to monitor it over a period of time, right? So some of the drifts are very, very important for any ML monitoring tool which we are talking about, or application we are talking about is essential for a data scientist to make this ML monitoring to make the productionized version of the machine learning to be healthy and to be continuously healthy over a period of time, right? So what happens in data profiling? So when a data scientist intervenes early, right, in terms of collecting the statistics around the quality of data, it would be great than reacting after a model goes into failure mode, right? Data profiling broadly falls into three categories. One is structure, the next one is content, and the relationship. In structure, when you have to focus on the format of the data, make sure that everything is uniform and consistent across your data sets, right? And you have to validate your data with statistical analysis. And then the content, every piece of data is very, very important. So you have to assess the quality of the content. You need to see what is the outlier percentage of this data set. You need to see what is the percentage of incompleteness in the data set. And automatically if something pops up like these are the null values, percentage of null values identified from a data set, easily a data scientist can go and remove those and then work on a clean quality data sets before developing a model. And very importantly, interestingly, you should start detecting the connections and similarities and associations between data sets. It's very, very important. It can basically help in more feature engineering aspect. So here comes the Qualdo like ML monitoring tools. What we have in a Saturum gives you one shot, one click view of how you can profile your data. You can see the data drifts, you can see the data outliers, you can see all the data quality metrics, right? What you are seeing is data quality metrics in a matter of few seconds. You just have to upload the data, and then your quality metrics pops up, and it helps the data scientist and his ML team to basically measure the quality of data what he has in place, right? When I said association or the relationship rules, it's interesting to see if there is any association I have within my data set. How is it going to help in my feature engineering? Can I visualize it? Basically, very importantly, can I visualize this data profiling before I start developing a model, right? So what you see is some of the interesting visualization on the relationship between variables in a given data set. So after you profile your data, you build a model, right? And then when you build a model, it's not one single model you're going to stop with, right? So suddenly data scientist comes in and says, oh, I forgot to include this feature. Let me add this feature in the model and then run the model again. Then definitely you're going to see a feature drift. How can I monitor the drift in a application? The person who knows who has done this model only knows it, but for the whole team to know there's some change in the model, right? There's a feature drift in the model. This is a beautiful way to find what percentage of feature is drifted. What is the model drift actually happening over a period of time? Is my response data is changing? Is my serving data is changing? How can I actually monitor those differences in a very intuitive way, right? This is one of the example I'm showing you is a kind of model performance drifts, and the right side what you see here is a time series view or longitudinal view of all the model profiling metrics. Okay, so finally basically when a person like a data engineer just wants to monitor the data drift, it is it's a boon for him. I don't have to spend more information, more time on identifying where the data is being drifted. It's a additional input for him, right? So when an application like a Qualdo tries to help him on top of it, can you also monitor data quality? Because this is a very crucial aspect for a data analyst. He might come in and say, hey, the quality of data is not up to the mark, right? Basically I don't approve it for the model. So can I have some application which helps me to monitor my data quality, right? And on top of it, if a data scientist, right, the data scientist is able to identify and monitor what are all the drifts and decays in the models I've developed, not only single model, multiple models developed for different use cases. Can I monitor all my drifts, all my decays, right? That is something a team of data scientists and ML model engineers will be really interested in. And finally, if there is a particular way for me to basically understand as a business, right, if I'm able to see some response metrics inside the monitoring tool itself, then it is it's a rounded total information, very very valuable information for the total ML AI team to just focus on building models and productionizing models, and then making it live and basically make some business sense out of it, rather than identifying why my model died, what was the reason, when should I develop it again, or where is the drift. All that is supposed to be taken care by somebody else other than the data and the ML team, right? So I think it's time to welcome a very new emerging space, right, for enterprise tools for monitoring this ML model and the health of the ML model and the performance of the ML model, right? If the tool just tries to satisfy all this information in one bucket, then I think it's a boon for the total data ecosystem. Okay. So just tried over the last minute, I just wanted to get into Qualdo.ai and see how your team is able to identify the drifts and shifts in your data and the model, and then connect back to me. Thank you very much. Over to you, coordinator.
Thank you, ma'am, for conducting a wonderful session and being with us here today. Now we have a session on business model choices to build AI. And this is going to be taken over by Aditi Awasthi, who is the CEO and founder of Mbibe. I think we have a bit of a technical issue, so please do stay with us. She'll be coming online soon. Hello, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Are we in or are we still waiting to get in? Because I just need a minute.
We are live right now. Would you please share your screen?
You want me to share my screen?
Yeah.
Just give me 1 second. Are you trying to help me troubleshoot or for the presentation?
The presentation.
I don't have a presentation. I have some demos to show.
Oh yeah. You could share your whole screen then.
Give me 1 second. So everybody can hear me right now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, great. So hi everybody. Sorry we had some internet issues where I am right now, such as the world today. First of all, let me start by saying Happy Teachers Day to everyone. And I've somehow got enough connectivity to talk to you. I'm not sure how creative and exciting we can get in terms of the demos today. But I wanted to talk about a very important and often ignored theme of building data science, and that is the drudgery and the hard work that has to happen in order to enable the creation of a very, very strong AI platform. So everybody understands that AI is a rite of passage, right? So I remember in 2015, I was sitting in a boardroom with my investors and I said, listen, we need to hire data scientists. So they said, why do you need to hire data scientists? Because you have no money left, And I said, well, you see, I'm trying to build a platform that creates actual impact on learning outcomes. And when I work on understanding that what events or student interactions actually have a direct bearing on learning outcomes, I'm trying to run these multivariate regression models. But every time I try and run them, my Excel sheets are now crashing, and I'm seeing some promising results. So I need somebody on board who can work with R. So the question is, how did a small little edtech startup in India start to think about something as audacious as learning outcomes, which is something that with millions of dollars of funding, people all over the world have never looked at, right? So what I wanted to cover, because my topic is sensor thinking, right, which is not something that we discuss a lot in the world of data science. I wanted to talk about three things. The first thing is what is sensor thinking and what kind of, leads you to get to sensor thinking. So, which is basically first principles, thought process to solve a large problem like education, which basically has no template in the world. The second thing is, how do you kind of organize a team to focus on sensor thinking, and how do you kind of build a org structure, which allows you to facilitate the farming and, the ROI from sensor thinking. And then the third thing is, how do you kind of keep your business stakeholders aligned to be able to fund sensor thinking? Because, sensor thinking is something which is not cheap. I mean, people talk about the cost of data acquisition of customers. There's a very important cost in the building of AI companies, which is the cost of data acquisition. So let's start with the first thing. I want to do a quick check to see if what I wanted to load has loaded or not. Not yet. We're not there. So let me try again. So first of all, what is sensor thinking? Sensor thinking is, so I'm actually, funnily enough, an instrumentation engineer, and I never thought I would talk about this topic in this way. But sensor thinking is essentially the commitment and ability to collect information from every interaction that a user makes, because you don't understand what part of the interaction and what part of the data will make sense for your research going forward. So it's extremely important to commit to measuring everything. And let's say if you have a data stream of X, you'll have a certain percentage of X which will find meaning, and there's a certain percentage of that X which will maybe find meaning in the future, or which may never find meaning, right? So you have certain hypotheses when you collect data. Then you have, it's almost like, we call it the Johari window when you analyze people. It says what you know and the world knows. So this is what is like, mind hypotheses that have already existed, right? And then you talk about what you know and and the world doesn't know, which is like mind hypotheses that are in your mind, which are your IP. Then the third would be mind hypotheses that you don't know exist, which are future hypotheses that you don't know exist and the world doesn't know could exist. And that is something that, sits in another bucket. So you want to collect everything, because a single data point, if you arrive at a new hypothesis going along the way, a single data point can completely screw up your life, because you'll be like, oh man, if only I had instrumented it for earlier, I would have had more events and I would have been able to now do a very interesting computation to see the evolution of this data point, right? So sensor thinking is the commitment to measuring data, and measuring data from an event standpoint in a way that you actually commit yourself to not launching anything unless you're able to facilitate sensor thinking. Now, when you come to education, it becomes a very hard experience, because, so we've talked about what is sensor thinking. Now we're talking about what leads to it, right? So what were the first principles? How does first principles product thinking influence sensor thinking? So if you look at education, right, there's a lot of inputs, and the outcomes and inputs don't have some very established correlations except for educational brands. So we don't need that. How does a person become successful in education, right? So we know that you go to a good school or a good college, you probably have higher odds of success. But what does that do? Is it the environment? Is it the ambience? Is it the social capital? Social influence around you? Is it what you study? Is it the curriculum? Is it how you apply yourself? There has to be an equation, because if there could be an equation in the interchange of energy and matter and other stuff, there has to be an equation around, the input of a human being and the outcome of, certain inputs on his life, especially when we've committed 16 years of our life per human person. So which basically means for every living person on the planet, which is around 7 billion change, 7 billion times 16 hours is something that has been committed to 16 years has been committed to education. So if you think about that number is like, my times table is not very strong, but it's a pretty large number. So which means that we've been educating ourselves for the longest time. I'm not counting for like the early childhood and things like that, but we've all been to school mostly. So that's what governments are spending towards, and how do we increase enrollments and how do we do that? But the point is, what is actually working? Because this is actually humanity's largest endeavor in terms of time and money. So we were like, all right, first of all, let's define what's a learning outcome. And then let's figure out how do we actually end up creating it. So this is what led us to thinking about sensor thinking, that learning outcomes are created through the consumption of content, right? So if you're consuming content, you can only create learning outcomes if you have an ability to measure everything that's happening. So from a practice and test standpoint, it's pretty straightforward. Everybody understands sensor thinking and testing. But, have we thought deeper beyond correctness, for example, that we just think about, the correctness and the incorrectness of a question as sensor thinking? No. It is also about measuring all events. And let me talk to you about, when you measure all events, what kind of returns it can give you. So let's say that you have a question, right? And it has 4 choices, A, B, C, D. And you come in and one student says, I click on A, then I click on B, and then you leave. The second student clicks on A, hits submit answer, and leaves. The third student comes and has no interaction. Now, the correctness in all 3 cases, let's say the first guy gets it right, the second guy gets it right, the first guy and the third guy got it wrong, but there is a difference between the attempt of the first guy and the third guy for the simple reason that the first guy tried and the third guy did not. So if you're now sensing what was selected, right, you can formulate a story. And this is how we've actually built one of the largest statistically valid, behavior influence loops in the world without going into facial recognition or other things, which we are now getting into. So just through deep sensor thinking implementation in things as mundane as testing and practice. Now, the interesting thing that happened was when we launched Learn. So I don't know if you've seen the RIL AGM, any of you guys, the annual general meeting for Reliance this year, but there was a sneak preview of Imbibe's platform. The interesting thing is that we're now going to be debuting not just with practice and test as an AI assessment platform, we're going to be actually also launching learning interventions to be able to facilitate that. Now, there was another big question. So now I'm coming back to that first principles product thinking, right? We said, how do you build a perfect equation between consumption of content, quality of content, and then the outcomes, right? So we said, look, we are not going to be building learn on pure videos, because if you do that, your sensor thinking goes out the window. So you basically have a 6-minute black hole in which a child is consuming the content, and all you have is played, paused, and what happened in the end. So you can apply sophisticated computer vision and machine vision, to understand what is happening in the video. But the point is, it would be interesting to know how the child is actually engaging with the visuals, engaging with the 3D models. So we were looking for an answer to our problem, and I came across a company in the Valley that we recently acquired, which basically converted video player-based engagement to browser-based interaction. So instead of now looking at a start, stop, play, drop off situation, we were measuring millions of data points, from a student standpoint, in terms of how they engage with the content frame by frame. So what that does is, basically it converts your, learning problem into a continuous feedback loop, where you can look at the way the child is engaging, whether it's working or not working. So first is it engaging? Second, is it creating learning outcomes? Then the next thing that I want to really talk about in terms of commitment to sensor thinking is it has to become your belief in statistical validation and the courage to get statistically validated, right? So there are a lot of people who say that, oh, but here is the best way we can possibly do it, because who's going to do it, in any other way? So for example, if you really want to measure efficacy, because sensor thinking, I feel like, doesn't just apply to collecting data, it also applies to being very, very objective about how you're measuring outcomes for yourself. So there are feedback loops, that we say work, right? But how do we know that they really work? So one way to look at it is, hey, I put Imbibe in one classroom, and then I put it in the other classroom, and the other classroom did not get it. And then, we're like, we work, we're a great company. But the question is, what is the underlying sampling bias of the students in that class? And whether as an entrepreneur or a business person, are you committed to understanding that there is a fundamental issue with the way, you're communicating or you're presenting what you're presenting, because it's not intellectually honest, it's not statistically valid. So sensor thinking also puts you down to the path of self-optimizing, which if you kind of connect it to spiritualism, is like you basically get to the plane where nobody else tells you what you need to do better, because you have your data, and that keeps you intellectually honest, right? So we said, let's get into homogenized control testing, right? And that's the commitment. So it doesn't matter if we have 500 million hours of engagement, until we implement that homogenized control testing platform very strongly, and we are able to figure, on and off loops and the impact on a parameter by parameter basis on the outcome calibration, we can't say for sure that, sensor thinking and that learning outcomes are actually working for us as a company. So I think sensor thinking, starts with saying, let's measure everything. Then it is following through with product principles to commit to understanding why you're measuring everything. So doubling down on the analysis. And then it comes to solving fundamental problems, first principles, like don't accept things just because they happen the way they do. Like just because everybody teaches through videos doesn't mean you have to teach through videos. It's trying to discover technologies that support that. So the 360-degree user experience, at your end as a company is covered through by the ability to measure data, because that diamond that could be that one variable that changes everything could be hidden anywhere in that place. So this is something about the first part. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about business models. See, we're sitting in a country where there are a lot of claims made about, let's say, launching AI businesses, and I feel like it's also great to be in a women's event, because I feel like there's a lot of there's a lot less posturing, at least in my experience, engaging with fellow women entrepreneurs, very, very gritty and very straightforward and forthcoming about what they're building, which is such a nice feeling, when you engage in a world that keeps trying to prove that they're the biggest and the best, right? I mean, I don't think that, at least I don't feel that kind of pressure. I'm going to say something off color. It's like, you don't have to prove you have the biggest balls in the room when, you don't have them. So that kind of really works out. So for me, the next thing was that how do you kind of swallow some bitter pills along the way to actually collect more data? Because you could implement the best sensor thinking, right? But if your platform is not free, or you don't have the ability to get as many students as possible, then how are you going to actually leverage that sensor thinking investment that you've made and actually make it count for something? So you don't get a billion hours of engagement, when you commit to selling an edtech product in an SD card and offline. You don't. So which means that your distribution strategy, even if you have to do offline distribution, has to account for data syncing, right? So this is not Corona. This is just a sniffly nose in the morning. Not morning, because we slept at about 7 a.m. last night after a product, marathon in the office. Always keep building, as they say, right? So that's the point. How do you kind of commit yourself as a company, as a business, to collecting data? So I wanted to talk about a couple of very interesting things around this particular thing, right? So first of all, everybody understands the freemium model, right? So you have freemium, and then you have, the ability to actually, get to a place where you take that freemium content and you end up converting at some point to some kind of a hurdle. The problem why that did not work for us earlier on was because we wanted to collect data en masse in education, which means we wanted to collect data across all concepts and all kinds of student permutations and combinations. Now, why did we want to do that? And what was that secret sauce that we were carrying forward with us? This is what I wanted to show you, but I really don't want to risk the internet. So I'm just going to talk you through the concept. And there's a lot of stuff about this on the internet, which I would love for you guys to go and check out. So the point is, the knowledge graph is something which is the core IP of Imbibe, right? And we actually hope to open source it very soon so that everybody can build off of it. So what is the knowledge graph really saying? Well, when we talked about modeling the variables that impact learning outcomes, we realized one of the most important variables was, no child should be left behind, because effectively education is a one-way street. Everything you have learned, will learn, or have ever learned is connected. So all grades are connected, subjects are interconnected, concepts are interconnected, even language and science is interconnected. So the question is, when you're traversing this graph, there is a predecessor-successor relationship. But if you look at the depth of learning, the graph also becomes three-dimensional. For example, circles in 6th standard introduced as a concept, or even in 1st standard introduced as a shape, has a journey that builds depth over a period of time. And my favorite thing is, when you think about, let's say, I don't know, any two things, and you talk about finding similarities and dissimilarities between them, as your education grows, the number of perspectives you have grow. So there is a certain thing to be said about modeling depth in knowledge acquisition. So now when you take this thing, we realize that there is a Google Maps for education, where there is a path that every teacher takes optimally to teach a student. And there are some serial and parallel constraints there because some topics are uninterdependent. So you go like this. And at each node, which is a concept, there are competencies taught. This is actually what all the new education policy is about. And all these concepts are interconnected. So now if you want to solve for one concept, you got to figure out where to take the child back. So I'll give you an example. The addition of improper fractions is one of the most common arithmetic mistakes made even in competitive exams. The addition of improper fractions is something that is taught in the 5th standard. So, for example, 1 by 2 plus 1 by 3 is calculated by students as 2 by 5, which is incorrect. So this is how they do it. They just add the numerator and the denominator. So just teaching that simple concept can free you up with significant accuracy upside in your advanced grades. But how do you find that out? And how do you find that out for like 26 crore children, 260 crore children in India? So the way to do that is you go back, and you say that let me map the competency, of each child on each of these nodes as a big, galaxy. And then let me figure out the red, amber, green. So I need to calibrate. And then let me figure out how I fix for the red. And in fixing for the red, is it an attitude issue that he's just not trying or she's just not trying? Or is it a competence issue? And how do you determine that? So this is all possible only through sensor thinking. Now, the other side of it is, one is what you measure, the second is what you store. So for us, sensor thinking also corresponded to, having a strong intelligence library about the content that we were building. So if you're looking at sort of, sensor thinking from a content standpoint, right? The way we looked at it is, what do we know about the content, and then what are we measuring about the student, and how do we put the two together to make sense, right? So when we did that, the answer that came out for us was, we need to know stuff about these concepts, and then we need to know how the students are doing, and then we need to give advice. So this is basically what led to that. So therefore, as a business model, if I locked up even a part of my content, that wasn't happening. So in year 2 of the startup, we were the first company in India to raise $5 million of funding for an edtech startup ever. But when we raised that money, we made the product free. Now, how do we make the product free? Spoke to the investors came up. We said, there are two journeys this company can take. One is to take the incremental sales journey, where Aditi, you're going out there, you're telling people deficiencies in their prep, and they're paying you 12,000 rupees for whatever, money for whatever you're selling. The other thing to do is, give it to them for free, collect the data and see, can you actually influence learning outcomes? Is it really out there? Because if you do that, you build a breakout company for two reasons. One, you learn how to serve content personally, which becomes a very powerful thing for the teacher community, because teachers are also struggling with quality and scale problems. And you build a very powerful platform, because every child, regardless of physical intervention, can improve spontaneously on their own. So as a board, we took a decision. Now, this business model change, we ran for 6 years. And then the second thing that we did from a business model standpoint, and this is, by the way, enduring kinds of things from the market saying, oh, looks like they've lost the plot, looks like they don't have this. And the funny thing is, when you're trying to do it for sensor thinking, sometimes you kind of go through the whole thing and you try to figure out, why am I doing this, right? Because you yourself don't have the answers. So when I was building the knowledge graph initially, I was building it because this teacher said to the student, who was paying him $2,000, $3,000 that, you will not be able to crack this. Tumse to nahi ho payega. So I was like, why are you saying this? He says, because isko to fifth ke concept nahi aate. He doesn't understand concepts from the fifth standard. So I was like, dude, he's paying you so much money. You should be able to figure this out. So I'm like, I'm not going to charge this much money. But let's say, even if I charge like $100, right? Can I get every kid back and help them fix? And that's a no regrets future, which is what we keep talking about at Imbibe. So that was the holy grail, right? So the second thing I needed to do, even after RIL came in, so when RIL came in, we knew how to improve students, because we had done that with the data we collected. When RIL came in, we said, how do we translate it to other markets? So we were probably the first edtech company to make acquisitions for domain data, which is something that has happened. So, it's in public domain. We acquired Funtoot as a company in the K-12 space to understand, how do we create the same outcomes spontaneously in K-12 that we've done in J, and NEET. And the new product that is now coming out has all of that IP and that excitement baked in. So the point is, from a business model standpoint, and then I will just quickly touch upon the team aspect, right? From a business model standpoint, the thing that I wanted to highlight is three things. The first is, you need to be very clear what you're solving for. So therefore, it doesn't matter what A is doing and B is doing and who's coming in the news and who's on your story and who's this and that. You've got to stick to your freaking guns, okay? And collect data. The second thing is, you have to take your board along. The third is, sensor thinking is solving hard problems. So you have to make the inorganic steps happen that are required for you to complete the loop and make the feedback loop make sense. So the way we have now defined the edtech industry has turned the game on its head. We're saying 99% of the companies building education today are transactional. Why? All they do is give you content and a UX. It's like reading a book, but it's a fancy book. So how do you charge $3,000 for that kind of an experience? Because you're just transacting. This is like going to a Narayana or going to a Delhi public school or going to Harvard University, buying the books and charging the same fee. doesn't make sense because you're not promising outcomes. The second tier of evolution comes from sensor thinking and content calibration, which is personalized adaptive learning loops. So there you get better with more data, you get better with more depth of tagging, and you get amazing by covering more range by being able to go back. The third is if you do a bang up job of PAL, you collect a lot of data, you start to understand what loops work. And that's what makes you a learning outcomes company, which is what we are today. So we just celebrated our 8th anniversary. We were over like 500 million hours of calibrated stored data that we know how to use. So our mind hypotheses, from what the world knows and we know, because the world just cares about engagement. We know all of that. But the mind hypothesis that is our IP is how do you create spontaneous improvement in a child, right from tribal kids all the way to the most sophisticated students of India, every single time by making them use your products. And I still say we're not 100% there because we are waiting for our big homogenized control testing platform launch. Because, only when the data says you're really, really good. Last part, team structuring for sensor thinking. So how do you structure a team? So here's what I do. The first thing is that I have a cross-functional team in the company called UXcellence, which is something I drive. So this is our cross-functional product design team because Imbibe's product is not just a UI. We have design, we have content, we have data science, and we have academics. And then we have behavioral scientists. So all of us come together in a room along with the business people and we're like, what do we want to do with this experience? So, you may think, oh my God, it's too many cooks, but you should see the brainstorming sessions. They're so passionate and so exciting. And when you solution, it's extremely powerful. The second thing is that we did not build this out extremely right earlier, but you got to really focus on data lineage and data fidelity because as an AI platform, you can't mess that up. And the problem is you store so many different events, right? It's not just correctness. So grooming that data, grooming the databases and having dedicated commitment, this is actually hindsight for me because we just set it up, becomes a very important thing. So you can't just keep making random changes to databases as you're launching stuff. What you've got to do is have a centralized team that preserves data. And come to think of it, Google and all of these guys, they've been doing that for donkey's years, right? The third thing is that you've got to have a team that is the garage, in the company. So right now we're incubating probably, which is going to be one of the most exciting NLP platforms for education in the world. And, I'm super excited to wait to see it come out. So even in the middle of the most grueling launch, our chief data scientist is working on it, And so these three things I think have really helped us as a team. Also recently what I've done is I've separated the scaling problem from the solving problem. So earlier on, we used to have the student product and the teacher product. Now we've said there is the learn applications team that focuses pedagogy, data science, content, and the features, which comes together to give you the student mix and the teacher mix. And then you have the platform team that scales everything up. And there are some horizontals that serve, things across students and teachers. So for example, you have social and gamification, you have the most important thing that you can do. So to end this talk, let me just say, I don't know if I'm over time or under time because, I'm just enjoying this conversation. But to end the talk from my side, maybe you guys have questions. I just wanted to say, don't wake up overnight and call yourselves an AI company. Let's understand and appreciate what artificial intelligence is. And, please also understand that there are some people here trying to solve for education, bottom up and in a way that also helps us move into the future in the world of AI where human jobs get disrupted and keep ourselves relevant as a skill set. So for example, content calibration, we realize that 90% of questions are rote learning oriented. We are creating the higher order thinking that's going to differentiate us from machines. We're not focused on gimmicky programming sales. We are focused on figuring out how do you create polymathic individuals, what training tools, what teaching tools will empower students to become like that, and collaborating with global companies around learning science, right? So this is and recently Imbibe just got inducted in the World Economic Forum as a global innovator. And I feel like, education is a passion project, it has to, and that passion and that product will have more enduring value and substance. At least it's definitely a lot more fun to build than, a sales engine with a funnel because, everybody's been there, done that. the thing that we need to invest is, we need to invest to see how we upgrade the entire world, and how do we reduce those 16 years to, like, a comparable machine learning algorithm, and then focus on skill specialization for the rest, right? So think about sensor thinking, guys. Measure everything, leave nothing, constantly hypothesize, and also think about how that data strategy differentiates your startup or your corporate or your whatever you have on day one. So that's it from me. I'd over to the speakers or the organizers.
Thank you, ma'am, for spending your time this weekend on being with us here today and conducting such an amazing session. So thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you, Kevin. Are we doing questions in the thing or not?
No, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. So, happy Teachers' Day to everybody. And, see you on the other side. And please, I wanted to make one very important plug. If you're a woman and you're in technology and in data science, please come and join our team. You're going to love it. I mean, I'm very, very committed to increase the tech ratio, not because we need preference, because there are so few of us. I'm a woman CEO. We have an amazing, amazing team. And the men in our company are people who are extremely, extremely smart and, very, very incredible human beings. So, would love to see resumes or, interest. If you're interested, please send me an email. I'm at a@imbibe.com, the letter a@imbibe.com. In the subject, you can write WiDS talk, and would love to hear from you. Even if you just want to chat about your career, I'm here. Take care. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. And to the audience, we have just one more message we have to give to some necessary people. We would like to thank all the speakers for taking the time off this weekend to be a part of this event. And we would thank the management and the faculties of all four collaborating universities in Mysore, that is NIE Mysore, VVCE, JSS, and GSSS, for supporting us throughout this journey. We thank our core team members, the organizing team, and the volunteers for helping us organize this milestone event. So I would like to thank all these people, and over to my co-anchor.
Thank you, Kevin. WiDS Mysuru is an 8-day event, and join us for tomorrow's session at 10 a.m. And also kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel to not miss any notifications. And also please RSVP for the event if you wish to receive a certificate of participation for the event. And finally, thank you everyone. Don't forget to join us tomorrow for a Power Pack session with an amazing women in data science coming together. Till then, stay home, stay safe. Thank you.